Mayor, it looks like we are now live on YouTube and the city's video streaming services.
All right, thank you. This is a virtual special meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 star.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091#.
Thank you. If you're a council member, please be sure to have your video camera on and be mindful that we are streaming this meeting on Channel 8 and our city's website. The chat function has been disabled to ensure that the public can see all portions of the meeting. The city clerk is the host of the meeting, and I, the deputy city clerk, will be the co-host. Council members and panelists will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Please mute yourself when you finish speaking to prevent disruptions. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be recognized at the proper time. This time I'll call a special meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Davis,
Present.
Councilmember Noble, Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember Grimes, Councilmember Ford,
Present.
Councilmember Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present.
So moved. I'm having trouble finding my mouse again. Getting used to this.
I have a motion to excuse those members not present. Councilmember Douglas.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas. Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please raise your physical hand in the chat window if you're in favor of this motion. Councilmember Davis, I cannot see you at this time. Councilmember Douglas, are you a yes or a no on this motion?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We're doing a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to excuse those members not present, please raise your physical hand in the chat window so that your vote can be counted. Thank you. Councilmember Davis, I cannot see your hand. Is that a yes or a no? Thank you. Okay, that's going to pass unanimously 5-0. All right, first up, we have Resolution 2022-19, a resolution approving agreement for appointment of the municipal court judge. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-19. Councilmember Ford.
So moved.
Have a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-19. Is there a second?
Second. I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-19. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford. Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title?
Yes, sir. Resolution 2022-19, a resolution approving agreement for appointment of municipal court judge.
All right, Title has been read. Motion is to adopt resolution 2022-19. It is seconded. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please raise your physical hand in the chat window so your vote can be counted. Thank you. And that motion is going to pass 4-1. Next up, we'll move on to ordinances on first reading. We have ordinance 2372, Consolidated Development Agreement for Buffalo Hills Ranch Planned Unit Development. I'd like to invite Jason Rogers, Deputy City Manager, External Services, to introduce the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is an extension of the Reunion Consolidated Development Agreement. At the February 7th regular meeting, staff received direction to prepare an extension to the agreement that lapsed on December 17, 2021, and an associated ordinance that would in effect extend the agreement, excluding Article 8, which dealt with the allocation of sales and use tax for public improvements. As required within the agreement for Article 13.3, staff has received consent from all interested and invested stakeholders with the extension of this agreement. The extension of this agreement is for 6-month period, which is to conclude on June 17, 2021. It's our understanding the intended goal of the 6-month period is to negotiate a new longer-term agreement with Oakwood and LC Full and Water as the property owners and the master developer, or before or on by the date of that expiration. Staff is available for any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions for staff, would like the clerk to recognize the individuals registered to speak on this item, starting with Brian Parkinson.
Brian, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Brian Parkinson. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Brian in the meeting.
Thank you. Next is John Hamlin.
John, if you're in the meeting, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see John in the meeting.
Thank you. David Pauly.
David, you should be able to unmute yourself and provide your comments, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
David Pauly, I live at 18029 East 99th Place. As many of you know, the relationship between the citizens of the North Range, the developers, and the city is broken. For years, we've heard promises and sales pitches about parks, sports fields, and we have been anxious to see the Reunion Town Center to get people to buy more houses, which is what we got, more houses. The developers have profited through home sales, tax rebates, mineral rights, metro districts, and by breaking those promises in favor of more profitable ventures. Now the public doesn't trust them to do what is in the best interest of the community, just their profit margins. If this deal is so important to the developer and to the city, why are we now, 2 months after it has expired, continuing to debate? For 20 years, we knew this agreement was going to end, and Oakwood had ample time to make the proposal and negotiate a mutually beneficial deal. Instead, here we are. Tonight, I ask that you vote no on any extension of this deal and end the discussion for the time being. If further discussion of this agreement is to go forward, I would suggest a town hall style meeting to be organized for the city, the council, and for Oakwood Homes to address the concerns of the citizens who live here. Come to our neighborhood and talk with us. Make a commitment to educate us about this agreement. I would ask that the CEO of Oakwood Homes personally come to speak and tell us why this deal should be approved and what Oakwood is going to do for us, how and when. Show us that Oakwood and this council will act in the best interest of the community. More importantly, hear the concerns of those that live here and address them in a constructive, proactive manner. I would be happy to support any such event. Then directs the city staff to start from scratch with a modern code, making commitments that reflect Commerce City in 2022 and beyond, not 1985 like the language of the current deal is based on, or the early 2000s when it was put into place. Draft a deal that is mutually beneficial for the city, developer, and to the people who live here. An agreement that holds the developer accountable for the projects and promises with hard deadlines and real consequences for failing to meet them. In addition, Oakwood should provide a plan to build the previously advertised amenities and the commercial districts, such as the Reunion Town Center and the outdoor sport complex, as we were promised. And finally, the Reunion Metro District should be turned over and controlled to the residents who pay into that district. You have a chance to work with the community to build a stronger relationship between the people that live here and with our development partners, to get to be a bridge between those entities and change the perception that the community currently has. We hope that continue to see this developer-run area continue to thrive, and that this council and the city is not just doing the bidding of the developers. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Pauling. We'll move on to James Hayes.
James, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
We can, yes, James. You'll have 3 minutes to provide your comments.
All right, thank you very much. This is James Hayes. I'm Vice President of Land Acquisitions and Entitlements for Oakwood Homes, 4908 Tower Road in Denver, 80249. Thank you for recognizing me to speak tonight. As you know, we understand you've received a lot of feedback from residents, and unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation in the community right now. So I wanted to take an opportunity to set the record straight on several items. Before I do that, I actually believe that it's prudent that you remove this item from the agenda tonight so we can continue discussions with city staff about either an extension or frankly an amended and restated agreement for long-term prosperity for the city and for Reunion. We've identified about $200 million worth of regional transportation and drainage improvements that may be covered by a new master development agreement. In late 2017, we took over as the master developer of Reunion and inherited the terms and conditions of the CDA. And during 2018 and 2019, we worked with the city to make amendments to the PUD zone document. We made several improvements throughout the community, including regional landscaping, partnership with local nonprofit CUP to convert the Shea sales office into the coffee house, construction of the South Lawn Pool, which unfortunately the delay was opening to the because of COVID, construction of 112th Avenue in coordination with the city and the Reunion Metro District, financing of $27 million of capital construction on the Stead School, implementation of regional drainage in Reunion Ridge, and overall we spent over $61 million in regional infrastructure improvements through the Reunion Metro District since we took over 4.5 years ago. Regarding the Reunion Center, I just want to point out that we entered into negotiations with the city in 2019 for the development of that, including the regional sports facilities to help make the market for restaurants, hotels, and other entertainment uses. There's really no current market for these types of businesses without more homes or a regional draw, such as an office complex, hospital, or major employment center. The city has a regional park planned in Village 10 near 96th Avenue and Second Creek of approximately 65 acres, along with a 50-acre high school site. Our proposal in 2019 was to exchange some of the parkland in Village 10 for 40 acres of developable land in Reunion Center for a sports complex. We made it very clear to city staff at that time that the entire sports field complex only works with the following: a land exchange, approval of a metro district, creation of a sports authority with the city as a partner and board members, joint use agreements, partnerships with sports facility operators, revenue bond-based district financing, no increases in property taxes on residents or businesses, and that the district would have design, build, operate, maintain, and finance functions. We went so far as to prepare a sports authority agreement, which is provided in July of 2020 and never presented to the city council by the previous city attorney. So it's important to note these plans are still viable, but we need further discussions and partnerships with the city to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Next is Carrie Bowen.
Carrie, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank everyone for opening this up to community comments, and I appreciate the Oakwood Homes representative that's enlightened us on some of the details, as we're not always able to dig into the information. I do want to say that it is, I think, imperative in the communication lines between Oakwood, the city council, and the residents of the area on what's happening within our communities. And if you dig into the agreement that is being talked about tonight, I do want to outline some points in terms of sales and use tax within the businesses that stay within the Oakwood boundaries. 33%, according to the current agreement, of sales and use tax for all the businesses. That's money, as well as I am concerned and understand that that's not going back into the community. And a lot of the issues that arise within a lot of the businesses here is just there's a lack of them. More and more we're seeing homes being built and not the infrastructure to accompany them to accommodate the amount of people and residences that are here. And then a lot of that sales tax is not being pushed back into the community. So those are just some of the points I wanted to talk about in terms of that. In terms of the reunion center, I do understand kind of what he was mentioning in terms of land and things like that, but some of that plays back into that infrastructure piece for the residents here. It was going to bring parks, and it was going to bring restaurants, it was going to bring shopping districts that would help to put money back into the communities that we live, and now that's no longer happening. And I think that is a point of contention here, and something that I would like the current agreement to be amended so some of that money can get back into the community. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Lisa Hamlin.
Lisa, if you're in the meeting, you can hit the *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Lisa Hamlin. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Lisa in the meeting.
Okay, next is Logan Sullivan.
Logan, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Logan Sullivan, are you there? Mayor Huseman, I do not believe Logan is available.
Thanks. Next will be Rana Sanchez.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Rana Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street, Commerce City. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight about the ordinance on the Oakwood Consolidated Development Agreement. I'm strongly against this ordinance. It may have been needed 20+ years ago when developing the north part of Commerce City was a risk, but clearly that risk is no longer an issue. This ordinance is a great deal for Oakwood, and why wouldn't they want to re-up it? Let me remind you that you were elected to this council by the residents of Commerce City, not the developers. And if you vote in favor of the developers, you're totally dissing the residents. Just because you receive money from the developers doesn't mean that they elected you. I'm disappointed that Oakwood has been allowed to own this town and screw the residents at every turn just to make a buck. And regarding the pool at South Lawn, it doesn't look anything like the plans that I was shown when I was looking at buying a home here. And it also looks about half the size of what the original plans were. Thank you.
Next will be Steve Douglas.
Steve, if you're in the meeting, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom or hit *9 on your phone. Thank you, Steve. Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, council and mayor. Thank you for putting this meeting on tonight and letting residents voice their opinion on this. And I understand what Representative Jim Hayes from Oakwood just made a pitch to put this off because there was so much pressure over the weekend on social media. The residents are very upset. And reading the consolidated agreement, there's a lot of different things inside there when it comes to being so impactful to the city. This shouldn't just be a simple majority of vote. this should be a super majority vote. The reason is because it was no longer in the continuous or extended state. The previous vote was a simple majority that should be a super majority based on the fact it's substantially past the sunset date, especially since as it stands now, it's actually being brought back from the dead. And I understand, when it comes to development and what was agreed with the PUD, that PUD was for Oakwood with their ball center, a recreation and entertainment district that was approved. It was their decision not to go forward. And understand going forward, they want to come to zoning and change out the zoning code so they can build more residents. So please, this is not something that the cities to continue. I understand they took out Article 8, but there's a whole lot of different things in there that gives them the rights to have a pipeline so they can change things on the fly if they don't like something, condense things down. I mean, there's certain amendments that were done on the golf course that were supposed to be 4 homes. They amended it to allow 6 homes in those spaces and then give it to Richmond. So we have to be conscious in what Oakwood does going forward, because they're ruining this city. It should be a company town called Oakwood, not Commerce City. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
And last but not least is Roger Japp.
Roger, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thanks, Dylan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Councilmember Ford, it's nice to see you once again on the dais. I come to you guys tonight in a more holistic view. I come as an elected member of a metro district here in the North Range. I am serving the citizens that would be directly impacted by this agreement. And while I'm not against an extension, I just want it to be a more holistic view. I understand that this is a business decision for the city. I understand this is a business decision for the citizens. More rooftops equate to more amenities that will be available to our citizens. However, as an elected member of one of the metro districts that has been around now for over 20 years, I'll tell you that very little of our initial debt has been paid to this point. Very little of our bonds have been paid to this point of almost 20 years. And we just keep adding debt onto those multi-million dollars of debt that we already incur. We have the highest mill levy in this area all across 104th. And the citizens of this area cannot sustain any more debt being added to those mills. So as you think about revision, or as you think of adding new metro districts, I would ask you to consider 3 things. 1, I would ask you to consider a minimum term for bond repayment that has to be in any service plan for any metro district. I would ask that you consider a mill levy cap that is much less than what we are paying here in the Reunion area. And number 3, I would ask you for a minimum yearly payment as a percentage of the bond debt that is accrued by the metro district be included in those service plans, or these bonds are never going to be paid off. It's just as simple as that. Title 32 reform has to occur at the state level. It's not something that can happen at the municipal level. Senator Moreno, Representative Michelson Jeanette, and I have had many conversations about this. So you're not the only folks I've brought this to. Title 32 reform is something that has to happen at the State House. And I hope that this legislative session, there will be some change to Title 32. But I would ask you to consider at least those 3 things so that we can make sure that some of this debt is paid off before it's entered into a 20th year as our metro district has. Thank you.
All right, thank you to everybody who spoke this evening. Appreciate your comments. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2372. Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I would actually like to, in light of all of the conversation over the weekend that came forth on social media and just consideration of how we proceed forward with Oakwood and kind of reestablishing a partnership rather than this position we're in now, I'd like to actually motion to continue this ordinance to the March 7th meeting and give some time for staff in Oakwood to bring us some better information about where we stand with the sports and entertainment district and really get an understanding of how that moves forward before we look at reinstating or extending the CDA.
I have a motion to continue this item until the March 7th meeting. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I want to get clarity on the motion for March 7th. Is that a regular council meeting or a study session meeting?
It's a regular council meeting.
Okay, and I really do like the suggestion from Mr. Polly as well for a town hall. Would you add that? Would you be willing to add that to your motion, Councilmember Grimes?
It depends on how you're suggesting it. I can't speak on behalf of anyone at Oakwood and their ability to have a town hall before March 7th. Are you speaking from the city side or from the Oakwood side?
City side, and hopefully Oakwood would be there, but it would give residents a chance to talk and hear and see and so forth.
Is staff able to gin up a town hall style meeting ahead of the March 7th meeting?
Mr.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor. In complete and frank honesty, I would say a March 7th deadline for a discussion around the sports authority, reunion center, how that moves forward in a town hall, to be somewhat difficult to be able to pull off and to have the type of conversations that you all would like to have in and around this matter.
And how much time do you need, Mr. Rogers? And it wasn't just the sports authority, it was the entire agreement. So it's all of it, because there's 3 projects here we're talking about.
So good question, ma'am. I appreciate it. We have just begun the conversations in great detail with Oakwood as it relates to how all of these processes, as identified tonight, would be able to move forward. And understanding that there are significant complexities in and around sales and use tax, in and around reunion center, in and around various other aspects of articles within the CDA, and how that then portends to Commerce City in 2022 with the various regulations and standards that we have to hold ourselves to. You are at least looking at a minimum of a month to 2 months for us to be able to engage forthright and fully with Oakwood, and not just Oakwood, other vested interested parties such as LC Fullenwider and Shea, given that they would have to be signatory to this agreement as well. So it's not as seamless to being able to turn this around within a 2-week period. We would be doing the council and the community a disservice.
Okay, then I won't second, since it doesn't seem like we would be prepared by March 7th. So I withdraw my second.
Yeah, I have a motion on the table to continue this item until March 7th. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes.
I'm willing to adjust the motion to a later date to accommodate a town hall. If staff would suggest a date, I'm happy to put that into the motion.
If I may rely on Mr. Gibson. Mr. Gibson, can you share with me what are our regular meeting dates in April?
That would be April 4th and April 18th, Mr. Rogers.
If I may, ma'am, recommend April 18th as a continuation of that to allow for a full conversation with Oakwood and other vested parties and trying to then determine how we can then have a town hall meeting.
Sorry, my computer screen was frozen for a second. April 18th, by April 18th, staff could have accomplished having a town hall meeting. So what you were saying, Jason?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I will amend my motion to continue the CDA ordinance discussion until the regular April 18th meeting, with the condition that staff and Oakwood conduct a town hall style meeting to discuss the sports and entertainment district, as well as questions related to the CDA.
Good, second that.
I have a motion and a second to continue ordinance 2372 until the April 18th regularly scheduled city council meeting, with the condition that staff and Oakwood partner together to have a town hall meeting to discuss the reunion sports and entertainment district, as well as the consolidated development agreement in question. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote on that. All those in favor, please raise your visible hand in the chat window so your vote can be counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. I cannot see the entire screen of everybody for some reason. Give me 1 second here. All right, 5, 6. So that's going to pass unanimously. Did you get that, Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. That is going to conclude all of our business for the special city council meeting in the city of Commerce City. We will adjourn to the study session. This time I will call the study session to order, and we will begin with presentations this evening. We have 4 of them. The first is the comprehensive plan study session, vision statement, and core elements. We'll invite Jim Tolbert, Community Development Director, to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tonight we have got a presentation to you on the vision and core principles section of the comprehensive plan. We're finally getting to the fun part of the plan where we actually can talk about the future. Tonight we've got John Housel with Housel Levine that is going to make the presentation to you, and then he'll be available to answer any questions that you might have. So with that, I'll turn it over to John. Well, I hope it's still out there somewhere.
Yeah, it just switched me over to a presenter from a viewer. So can everybody hear me okay?
We can, yes, John.
Good. So let me get my video going here so I can actually see you. Hey, there's everybody. It's good to see a lot of you. It's been a long time. Wish this could be face-to-face, but hopefully soon enough it will be. So to pick up on what Jim was saying, we want to go over this evening the vision and core principles. We're going to be going over a few different things this evening. And even though it's just the beginning of draft materials, to give you a sense of how the plan is going to be coming together as we develop it with the community over the next several months, there's still a lot in here, even though this is just one small plan. So I don't want you to think, because this happens to be a decent amount of text and light on graphics. Usually planning is often a lot more graphics, but I don't want you to think that this is your only shot to comment on this. So we'll go through it this evening. We'll read everything through as a group, see if anybody has any thoughts. But after tonight's work session, take it back and think on it, chew on it. And as any ideas pop into your head, or you have any ideas on what we might want to consider as we go down this road with some of the community, the components we're going to review, I'll let Jim know, and let Jamie know, and let Jennifer know, and they'll get back to us. We work really closely with them. I will say that compared to a lot of communities that we work in across the country, you have an incredibly engaged staff. And that's a great thing to have as a resource. A lot of communities don't have that. You've got a lot of planning professionals, and more than just that, they want to be actively involved in the development of this and really being stewards for Commerce City as they go through this process. So it's appreciated, and it makes our team that much bigger and that much more effective. So I'm going to share my screen. So pretty soon you're not going to see my lovely face. You'll see a presentation. So we'll do that. Okay, so can everybody see my screen?
We can, yes, John.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go through this. And again, if it's a presentation, but if anybody has any questions as we go through it, just chime in and speak up. I'm going to be looking at the presentation, so I won't see if you raise your hand. So again, just jump in if you have any questions. So I'm going to go through here. All right, so what we're going to go over is the status of the project overall. It's been a little while. There have been some delays, COVID, some staffing issues. We've got people moved up, people moved on, and then new people moved in. So we've sort of recalibrated our team. We were out there, Jim, I think, a couple of weeks ago for a couple of days on the ground and had a 2-day long charrette, if you will, brainstorming, rolling up our sleeves and working with city planning staff. It was really a nice couple of days out there. So we'll go over the status of the project. We're going to very quickly go over and just sort of touch on the overview of the outreach that was conducted over the last several months. There'll be a lot more to come as we develop the plan. This is sort of the back end side of issues and some visioning components. We'll go through a plan framework. We want to give you a sense of what the outline of the plan is we are going to begin to develop now with Commerce City, so you'll know what pieces are going to be coming to you to review and discuss with us and the community at large. We're going to go over then the vision and core principles, which is the working component of this evening's meeting, and then very quickly touch on the next steps. So again, a real quick status on the comprehensive plan. The process is really these 7 steps that you see on your screen: project initiation, the initial community engagement, market and demographic analysis, a detailed existing conditions analysis, the development of vision, goals, and core principles. And then based on that, we will then go on over the next several months to develop preliminary citywide plans and policies, and then the comprehensive plan document and adoption. So of the 7 steps that were outlined, particularly in the scope of work and in the contract, we are reviewing now the draft materials for step 5, and we have already begun drafting the materials with city staff for step 6, and I'll get into that in a little bit. So the existing conditions report has already been presented to you, so I'll go through this fairly quickly. It was initially delivered to staff in May 2021. There were some minor revisions going back and forth with staff. Presents sort of the work completed in the projects in steps 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the 7-step project or process. As a summary of all the community outreach to date. Again, we'll be getting community feedback over several more rounds of community engagement as we develop preliminary plans and concepts and recommendations, and we get community feedback on those ideas. This report included a summary of all the outreach that was conducted to date to help identify issues and priorities for Commerce City based on meetings with residents, stakeholder groups, online and in-person workshops, and interviews. It's a summary of existing conditions, transportation, land use, community facilities, infrastructure, environmental features, open space, etc. It identifies a list of issues and opportunities, field observations, research, and outreach. And it was an interim deliverable. This is not a document that had recommendations. It is not a document that was intended to be or is intended to be adopted. But it's important for someone, let's say 5 years from now, to say, boy, what was going on at the time this plan was adopted? You know, what were the issues? What did residents say they needed to focus on? This report is on file with the city, and anybody can go back either online or hard copy, review this report, and see exactly what it was residents said. They can see how we engage them, and they could see sort of a snapshot of the community. So at the time the plan was developed, or the process was initiated, anybody going forward can look back and see what it was we had to deal with. So it's important for that purpose. Again, we went through, and this has been presented to you, so I'm going very quickly. We had facilitated engagement, some of it was staff-led outreach at summer events and festivals, about 370 people, self-guided outreach. These were online tools that people could pick up through online sort of do-it-yourself kits, about 180 people. And then Facebook Live events are over 3,000 views. and 44 different comments during some of our streaming online workshops. And what you see down here is a screenshot of Map Social, where people could actually use their phone, an iPad, a tablet, a PC, whatever, and begin to mark down geographically in Commerce City problematic intersections, things that they thought were strong community assets, areas that they thought should be redeveloped, where they thought trails should go. These were the sorts of things they could actually map using a variety of different devices, and the software would then pull together and composite all those comments into one platform. We also had a series of community outreach questionnaires that went out to residents, business owners, stakeholders, and others. We also did a lot of virtual outreach. I know Josh Kuntz, who's the project manager, he's on the call as well this evening. So you don't see his face, but he's waving and smiling at you right now. I know he's worked with you in the past, as well as having some one-on-ones with many of you. And he conducted a lot of our virtual outreach together with Jamie and Jen previously, and Jennifer over the last several months to hear back from different people through different forums. So there was a lot of online interactive components. We were actually able to dialogue with both small and large groups using a variety of different platforms. One of those was Miro. I think this is actually some of the visioning results from a city council visioning workshop that was conducted. But this allowed people to actually tab and map different issues. And then anybody participating virtually could see what other people were prioritizing, where they were labeling issues, where they cited opportunities. Again, this is all in the existing conditions report. But this sort of looks like a poster that you would see up in your local high school gymnasium at an open house, where people would jot down notes and sticky them up there. But this was able to do it through Miro, all virtual. So it was a really nice, sort of an intuitive platform, and it worked really well. So building off of all that, we were able to identify issues and priorities and what needed to be addressed going forward, as well as looking at what the state statutes are in the state of Colorado for comprehensive plans. Every state is a little bit different, and Colorado is no exception. So we pulled together a preliminary framework. We met with city staff. Like I said, a few weeks ago, we were in town for a couple of days, conducted a 2-day charrette, a working workshop with city staff. And one of the last things we did with that group is the larger planning team looked through at how best to meet the state requirements, and as important or more importantly, to meet all of the responsive components we had to address the issues that were important to the stakeholders in Commerce City. So the outline of the document that ultimately will be developed will include these chapters or elements. There will be an introduction. The introduction will outline the process, the purpose and intent of a comprehensive plan, and how it is to be used. Chapter 2, or element number 2, will be outreach and engagement. We will go into decent detail the efforts that were taken throughout the entire planning process, not just up till so far, to let people know what the priorities were, what we heard, what people said they wanted, what people said they didn't want, as a foundation for moving forward, really that sounding board for what was important to the residents of Commerce City. Chapter number 3 is a community profile. It'll basically be sort of a Reader's Digest or a Cliff Notes version of that existing conditions report. So chapter 3 of this plan will be sort of, the best way to think about it is sort of a snapshot, a community snapshot or community profile. So in a concise chapter in this document, people can see an abbreviated version of the key takeaways of the context and what was on the ground that we had to contend with when we decided to undertake the comprehensive plan. Chapter 4 will be fairly brief, but very important. It is the community vision and the core principles. This is what we're going to be going over this evening to let you get a first look at, first blush at. And again, this will basically be the primary content for chapter 4. It's not a lengthy chapter or element of the comprehensive plan, but as we get to in a little bit, you'll see that what is in chapter 4, the community vision, and more importantly, the core principles, these were established. These will create the themes that will sort of tentacle through every aspect of this document. They aren't chapters unto themselves. Instead, they are values that are reflected in everything the plan does. So we'll be getting into that a little bit later this evening. The next is core elements. And even though this isn't one chapter, this will likely be 8 different chapters, but it's broken out by this component called core elements. So the core or the primary chapters of a comprehensive plan are land use and place types, connected corridors, commerce and employment, housing and neighborhoods, arts, culture and tourism, transportation and mobility, parks, open space and the natural environment, and public facilities and infrastructure. So after the first 5 chapters, or excuse me, after the first 4 chapters, the next 8 chapters will be these. And this is what, when Jim said, we're about ready to get into doing the fun stuff, which is creating the plans based on all the outreach and feedback we've gotten so far. These will be the elements, these core elements that we are beginning to and have begun to develop, and we'll be sharing with you over the next several months. And then the last chapter, 6, is the next piece, but it'll end up being like chapter 11 or whatever, is detailed implementation. How the city needs to set out getting this accomplished. What should be the priorities? What should be the sequence? What role the city should take in getting something done? Sometimes it'll be all the city's responsibility. And other times the city may take a supporting role, and it may be somebody else leading the charge for a particular task. So this implementation section will call out all the different actionable steps that are recommended in the plan, broken out by chapter. It'll identify the city's role, who they should partner with and how they should partner with them, what level of prioritization that it is, potential sources of funding, and what the metrics are the city can use to measure over time if they're moving the needle. Are they being successful or not? Are you achieving success over the next 1, 5, 10, 20 years? Well, we'll provide the metrics with which you can measure performance indicators for the different recommendations in the plan. So this is a breakdown of the outline of the document that we are working toward. And essentially 1, 2, 3, and 4 are done or are in the process of being done. We're beginning 5 with the land use and place types and connected corridors with staff right now. So the other thing that I want to mention that is not part of the comprehensive plan, but will dovetail with the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan will set the table for these other initiatives. When the city put out the RFP for the comprehensive plan, I think with a lot of wisdom, they put out an RFP that included more than just the comprehensive plan, but what I would call 3 other compendium documents or dovetailing strategies to move the city forward. One of those is an economic development strategic plan to really get into the financing and market of what it would take to see this succeed over time as a strategy for the city. That's a separate document. That'll be the last plan that we begin to initiate of the 4. Transportation and mobility will be teeing up this transportation master plan. If you remember, we have Tool Design Group and JR Engineering. Tool Design Group is probably one of the best firms in the country at active transportation, bicycle, transit, pedestrian movement. And JR Engineering is right in the front range in Denver. And they're excellent at traditional transportation, network, streets, and infrastructure. So we'll be working on the transportation master plan. And then parks, open space, and natural environment element of the comprehensive plan will tee up a detailed parks, recreation, and golf master plan. So while most cities or a lot of cities will do a comprehensive plan, and then years later, hopefully, they'll trickle out these other plans, doing them all in sequence, sort of in rapid fire, but dovetailed together, will make them much more powerful and impactful. So the comprehensive plan we're developing now will tee up these 3 other plans: economic development strategy, transportation master plan, and parks and rec and golf master plan. The transportation master plan and the parks, recreation, and golf master plan will likely be initiated probably in May or so. It'll be initiated before the comprehensive plan is done. But the comprehensive plan elements pertaining to these other plans will be framed out enough to where we can start working on these other plans, even though the comprehensive plan isn't finished. So the first 2 of these 3 will likely be begin and get initiated sometime in May, with the economic development strategic plan beginning to come online a couple months after that. So before I get into the vision and core principles, does anybody have any questions on anything that I've covered so far? The outline of the comprehensive plan document or the initiation phases of the other 3 plans? Okay. So next we're going to get into vision and core principles. This is, again, it's a fairly concise component of the comprehensive plan, but it's really critical. So the court sort of gets at the heart and soul of what is important to the community. And while you can work through the detail and the pretty pictures and the nuanced recommendations, stepping back at its very heart, who do we want to be as a community? What is important to us? What are the values that will drive our very fundamental approach to improving neighborhoods? Or what will be our fundamental bedrock to making sure that we have arts and culture delivered in a way that is responsive to who we are as a community, regardless of what any other community does? That's not Commerce City. What's going to work for us? So the vision and core principles is really crucial because it is that bedrock of everything else we do. And the core principles serve as themes or lenses that will influence and be seen as everything else that we do. So the vision statement is an aspirational narrative, okay? It links overarching set of ideals to guide the city as it grows, growth areas into the future. It affirms the community's strengths, desires, and abilities, and depicts what the community can achieve following the adoption of the comprehensive plan. The narrative is intentionally ambitious and inspirational. It depicts the community's collective desires and serves as the foundation for the development of the plan's goals, objectives, and recommendations. So it's meant to be an aspirational statement. So for comparison, this is the vision from your current comprehensive plan, the C3 vision. All right, so I'm just going to read it. You can too, but I'll read it just for those of you who may not be able to read it on your screens. Commerce City will have a robust economy, drawing on its strengths as a business-friendly city. It will have a quality natural and built environment with great neighborhoods, parks, and places in which to live, work, and play safely. The community will celebrate its culture and history and promote conservation and stewardship of resources for present and future generations. So this is the one in your current comprehensive plan. And a lot of good work went into your previous comprehensive plan. So we don't want to throw it all out and start over for the sake of starting over. So values that were existing here that still echo true today, we tried to build on and refine, recalibrate where necessary. And that same approach will hold true when we get in later into the plan development and start looking at specific goals. You have a lot of goals in your existing plan and ones that we think are relevant and can be built upon will be brought forward. So this is your existing vision statement. This is the one we're proposing and have drafted working with staff for the comprehensive plan here. And I'll read it off to you. Commerce City will continue to establish itself as one of the best places to live and work in the region as it lives up to its motto, a quality community for a lifetime. Diligent work from invested community members, city staff, and officials will help the city meet its potential and effectively improve the quality of life for the whole community. Commerce City's robust economy will be entrepreneurial and enterprise-oriented, and the city's first-class natural and built environment will include great neighborhoods, parks, and employment areas, ensuring residents can thrive over the coming decades. The community will celebrate its culture and history and promote environmental responsibility, social justice, conservation, and stewardship of the natural resources for present and future generations. As Commerce City continues to build on its assets, it will develop a reputation for providing the right balance of community safety, urban amenities, access to the natural areas, employment opportunities, and housing options. So it reflects a lot of what the values were over the last couple of decades, but it fine-tunes it and dials it in and includes some different ones going forward. But this is our draft vision statement that we've worked on and refined working with your planning team on staff that will be in the comprehensive plan. So you don't have to comment on this right now. You certainly can if you want, but you can take it home, read it over a glass of wine or a beer, and let it soak in and let us know what you think. Does anybody have any comments on it they would like to share now? I know you just saw it. So.
Councilmember Noble.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I do have a comment.
Okay.
I have read this multiple times. I have taken a pen to it. I have compared it to the former vision statement. And it just isn't working for me on several levels. And I think the fact that you keep saying that you worked with planning staff on this is what is disturbing me. When I first voted against this contract a year and a half ago, it was because of the emphasis on staff input versus community input. And there were only going to be maybe 4 to 6 meetings with a group of citizens who were on a committee. I haven't heard anything about this group of citizens and who were appointed to the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee. What's happened with them? I'm really struck with the vision, having worked on a plan before for 2 years. Generally speaking, is put in the affirmative. Commerce City is one of the best places to live and work in the region. Not Commerce City will continue to establish itself. That's really, really weak. And then the second sentence, diligent work from invested community members, city staff, and officials. Who are these people? I'm very confused. Who are invested community members? Are they people who spoke tonight? They were pretty invested. And who are the officials? Is that the police chief? Or who is that? I don't know who that is. Our organizational chart is residents first, city council, then city staff in terms of the pyramid. I don't even see how that makes sense for this. I'm sorry, this community visioning statement really threw me. It doesn't really say much about protecting and preserving our environment. It doesn't acknowledge the difficulties, the challenges that we have in Commerce City with certain industries. And in fact, your later principles actually seem to support those industries. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there to my fellow council members because, and the other is that every sentence is a parallel construction, which makes it really difficult to lay out goals or objectives beneath each one. So you say Commerce City's robust economy will be entrepreneurial and enterprise oriented. And in the same sentence, it says, and the city's first-class natural and built environment will include great neighborhoods. That's not one sentence. That's 2 different sentences, 2 different concepts. And it does it all the way through this visioning statement, where 2 non-parallel concepts are put in one sentence. An English teacher knows a word for that, but I'm not an English teacher. All I know is that it will make it really difficult for future city councils to lay out their priorities and objectives and know that we're meeting them, because it won't be balanced. Does 50% of it go to celebrate its culture and history, and 50% goes to promote environmental responsibility, social justice, conservation, and stewardship? I mean, how much can we spread out? Or is it 60-40? Anyway, I'm not happy with the vision statement at all. And I don't know who wrote it, but I would say it really needs to go back to the drawing board.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments before I respond?
Councilmember Douglas.
Actually, I think Councilmember Noble had some really good points. She pointed out things that I hadn't really noticed, but when she said them, she was right on target. Like the community will celebrate its culture and history and promote environmental responsibility. those two things have nothing to do with each other. Then it goes on with social justice, conservation, and stewardship of natural resources for present and future generations. Well, we all know that we're facing the possibility of crude and methane operations coming in, and how do we address something like that? So yeah, I really think that this should be reassessed.
Councilmember Noble.
Sorry, one other thought is that the last line is weak to me. As Commerce City continues to build on its assets, it will develop a reputation for providing the right balance. This is supposed to be read in 2050 or 2045. So I would say that Commerce City is recognized for providing the right balance of community safety, urban amenities, access to natural, etc., and put something in there about the environment, please, and protecting and preserving the environment in that sentence. But each of these sentences should be statements of fact. Who do we want to see ourselves as in 2045? Not that we're plugging away at it, but this is who we envision ourselves to be at by that point. I hope it's sooner than that, but at least in the affirmative. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, good evening. I don't quite feel that it's as bad. I think there's some really good topics in here. I do agree with the statement that we could separate the sentences, and I understand that it's probably already a little long for a vision statement, but I think there's important pieces that we can expand on and maybe reword. I think there's a lot of stuff that is attaching itself to our old vision statement that that are continued to be prioritized here in the city, and we need to keep to that. But I do agree we can change the wording a little bit. When we talk about promoting environmental responsibility, of course, that means different things to everybody. And so that I think is where some of the detail we can get into. The one thing I do want to make sure, though, is that because we're talking about 2040, 2045, as Councilwoman Noble just called out, there's a lot of change coming, a lot that we're not predicting today. And allowing this to be flexible and allow for those dynamic changes to be made by the community and the city councils of the time, this can continue to live on, in the future. And so my suggestion or my take on this is still keep it flexible. I think there are some generalizations in here that allow for that. And, I'm not suggesting that what we write here will dictate moves of every single council until 2045. I think there's going to be plenty of changes that we're not predicting that will need to be taken into account. If we want this to live, we have to build in that flexibility. And so a little restructuring maybe, but I think there's some good points that need to be left in.
Okay, so again, if there's anybody else chime in, I can't see everybody's hand that might be going up. So a couple of things. Councilmember Noble talked about writing it in the retrospective. There's like 3 different ways you can write visions, but we will often write them the way she just mentioned. Some communities like that, some don't. If there's a preference to write it in the retrospective, sort of like as if it is being read 20 years from now, that's a retrospective sort of style of writing. We can do that to say like Commerce City is like it's being read after these things take place. So we can certainly write it that way. That's no problem. It's a pretty easy shift to change to that style of writing for a vision statement. The other one is that we will do this, sort of an aspirational, our vision for ourselves. So, but we do them both ways. We can easily shift it over to be sort of a retrospective style, an active retrospective style. That's easy to do. I'm not 100% convinced that every sentence needs to be a standalone as opposed to a grouping of certain things, but I understand that they can be delineated out further than it is. So we'll go back through here and take a look at the statements that group things into a sentence that you might not think are related, and we'll break them out into more delineated segments of topics. We can do that as well. There isn't usually, when a vision statement is written, a linear progression to then goals written underneath each sentence of a vision. It's not that linear, but if that's sort of the perspective you'd like to have in your mind is how you might use it as elected officials, we can go through and delineate them out into more singular sentence clusters as opposed to grouping different topics in a sentence. It would may make it a little bit longer, but we can delineate it out that way if there's a preference to do that. The wording on the first part is diligent work from invested community members. That's residents, business owners, property owners, not-for-profit organizations. Rather than list all those out, these are people who are invested in the well-being of your community. So we could change the wording of that to list just what you said: residents, city officials, staff, or we can just say residents and businesses and other community stakeholders. We can word that in a different way. There's no hierarchy meant in the way that we list it. And when we say invested community members, that is more inclusive in our thinking than just residents and delineating them out. But we can delineate them out and list them in an order that would denote a sense of prioritization versus listing them out without thinking that. So we can change the wording of that. That's not a big deal. And when I say we vet things with staff, if you remember back, and it was a big thing, you didn't want it to be staff's plan, and it's not. Staff isn't directing the content of this, but they're our working peers that we have to work with them to get it to you. So everything that we produce in draft form, we give it to them to take a look at before it goes forward. That's just part of the process. But they're not driving the content. What's driving the content is the research that we do and what we hear from residents, business owners, and others. That's driving the content, and that's driving what this plan is developing into. The process we go through to get it to the staff working group. Staff working group, that was in the RFP and in the contract to vet this stuff with a staff working group. It's called the SWG. So we're bound to do that. There's also a citizen advisory committee, a technical advisory committee, and a steering committee. And we meet with all those groups. And as product is developed, it will get vetted by all those groups. So typically by the time something goes, when we get into plan development and content, by the time you get it, it will have been vetted by advisory committee, technical advisory committee, citizen advisory committee, and steering committee, as well as the first step as per the contract is to go to what they call the staff working group, or SWG. So there are several different groups that view content as it's developed before it gets to city council. So it's not that city staff is generating this and we're just bundling it and sending it directly to you. The eyes that are often on it are not just ours and not city staffs, but other levels of stakeholders, whether they be citizens at large, a staff working group from all the different departments. So not just like the planning group, but public works, police, fire, engineering, as well as a technical advisory committee that represents other institutions, service providers, residents, organizations in the community that all have to work together. So it gets vetted by a lot of groups. It's not being generated by city staff and us just sort of hunkering down in a corner and then sending it out. So this feedback is very helpful. I also heard that there are some things in here that are reflective of your existing vision that are still hold true as values going forward. So we'll take a look at those again, but we'll take another shot at this based on the feedback we got, and we'll recalibrate it based on what we heard. So.
Councilmember Noble.
So who is the steering committee? And how many times have you met with the residents on the Citizens Committee? I mean, I really do want a direct answer about that, sir.
I'd have to check with Josh. He's on the phone too. He's got a better handle on the meetings with those groups, or city staff does. I don't know.
Yeah, and just who are they? Who, not the citizens, we know that because they were appointed by boards and commissions, but
Right.
also who is the steering committee and how many times have you met with the Citizens Advisory Committee?
Sorry, John, you asked me to weigh in here.
Yeah.
I don't have the list of members in front of me, but we've met with the Citizens Advisory Committee and the TAC. We met with them once during project initiation. We met again with the Citizens Advisory Committee and the TAC to review the existing conditions report. And we have a scheduled meeting with those same committees to review this content. So that takes us through twice in the first 3 steps, and then once for this 4th step of the process.
So,
and how long have you been working on this, please?
This part of the process?
Project? No, just from beginning to now. How long have you been on this project?
We kicked off this project in January 2020. January
2020?
January 2021.
2021. Okay, so you've met with the citizens twice in a little over a year.
Right, but there has been a time of outreach and then a pause for additional community outreach that was conducted through the past summer.
Yes, and the advisory committee, though, is a very specific group who is representing residents and others in Commerce City to help move this along and to be a voice in the process. They are our voice, if you will, and that's why their participation matters to me. I mean, I was even thinking in terms of looking at how many people have participated thus far. I realize you've had to go up against a pandemic, but somehow there's a lot of things that have been thrown into there, and I just can't quite see how they're coming from the residents. That just isn't showing up for me right now. And I hope that changes and that we're not given material that makes it seem like this is, you know, a done deal when there has been so little citizen participation, particularly from the Citizen Advisory Committee.
Yeah, we typically meet with the committee when there's something to review. So again, they'll be reviewing this content as well. And so there's, whenever there is something that we are developing, we meet with them to get their feedback with the material that we need to develop it. And once it's developed, there's a sounding board to review it with us and provide feedback. So we don't meet with them on a cadence of like once a month or once every other month. We meet with them when we need to meet with them to get input and or feedback. And you're right, the COVID has been a challenge, so it's there's no question.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. So Councilmember Noble did not get her question asked as to who is on this steering advisory committee. And then I just had a quick comment. I wanted to say that my husband and I were both on the 2010 committee, and we really threw ourselves into it, and we met I don't know how many times, and it was definitely community driven. It was driven by the citizens and not by the consultants. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But if you could fill me in on who is assigned to the steering advisory committee, I'd really appreciate it.
We do have a list of the list of the CAC and the TWG, and I'd be happy to forward that to staff and have them send it on to you. I believe staff also has that list as well.
So they are not citizens then, or are they?
No, they absolutely are. They are the Citizens Advisory Committee is a cross section of Commerce City citizens and I believe business owners and people like that. And then the staff working group is composed of members of your department heads or your various city departments. And the technical working group is regional organizations, representatives from the airport, a wider swath of participants who may have some influence on the plan.
So just to clarify, then the steering advisory is that's staff, is that correct?
There's both a citizens advisory committee
Right.
made up of citizens, and then there's a staff working group that's made up of city staff and department heads.
And that's called the steering advisory.
That's the SWG, the staff working group.
Thank you for making that clear for me. Thank you.
Seeing no other requests to comment, can you please proceed? Can you proceed?
Okay, I think you said go ahead and proceed, so I will. Okay. Okay, so the next thing that we developed or we're developing is core principles, and core principles aren't an element or a chapter like land use or transportation, but these are sort of core values, principles, these important themes. And again, these were extracted from the community outreach that we had in terms of things that people said were important to them, the issues they identified, and these would serve as themes that would go throughout the comprehensive plan. So when we're looking at transportation, is the transportation plan and recommendations responsive to these core principles? Is land use and development and growth responsive to these core principles? So the core principles reflect the values of Commerce City. They're thematic, they cut across chapters, policies, and recommendations. They sort of drive what Commerce City can become following the comprehensive plan. The overarching purpose of the Commerce City 2045 is to help the city aspire to reflect the 4 core principles. And so the 4 core principles are to be a welcoming and equitable city, to be a safe, healthy, and livable city, to be economically thriving city, and to be an environmentally responsible city. So when we look at other chapters of the plan or plan recommendations, everything will be sort of viewed like, are these actions helping us to be more equitable? Are these actions or goals helping us to be more economically thriving? Is it helping us to be a healthier and safer and more livable community? So these are the core principles that will be established in this chapter, and that will be sort of themes or values throughout the entire document. So I'm just going to read through the different core values that we've got worded or drafted so far. So the first one is that Commerce City will be a welcoming and equitable city. Commerce City is already known for its diversity, with nearly half of the population identifying as Hispanic. As a welcoming city, Commerce City will continue on its trajectory of embracing residents from all backgrounds and walks of life. As an equitable city, Commerce City will be known for fairness and inclusion, a place where anyone can succeed regardless of their starting point. For health, safety, and livable city, whether choosing a place to live, finding opportunities to be active, or simply going about a daily routine, Commerce City residents will know their community is safe, healthy, and livable. Citizens will enjoy easy access to the essential services and amenities that make a place home, including healthcare and wellness benefits, fresh foods, and an abundance of active recreational opportunities, making Commerce City a place to put down roots, not just stay for a while. For an economically thriving city, Commerce City will build on resilient tax base by supporting its businesses, from the smallest startup helmed by a first-time entrepreneur to its oldest, well-established industries. Commerce City will live up to its name, known as a place of thriving commerce and a well-rounded, sustainable local economy. And the last one is environmentally responsible city. Open space is an integral part of Commerce City's identity, nestled between the expansive Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge and the South Platte River and the Rocky Mountain frontage region. Commerce City will take social justice and environmental responsibility to heart with sustainable and prudent efforts to preserve air quality, water resources, and natural areas for future generations. So again, these 4 things are what we're calling core principles. And again, we want to make sure that as the plan is developed, that we are being respectful of and responsive to these 4 themes, if you will, that came about from the initial conversations and outreach that we had over the first few months. So before I go through those or go on to the next thing, does anybody have any questions about those 4 core values, core principles?
Councilmember Noble.
I have a question about environmentally responsible city and what you mean by prudent efforts.
I think, well, it's another word for balanced, I guess. It's, we don't want to lay the foundation to think that the city, some things maybe, most communities would say not everything is prudent or the wise thing to do, depending on what it was that was proposed. So we could use prudent out, but it's meant to be that we want to be environmentally responsible and have a balanced approach to these things. So we could use a different word if you have it, if you're not liking the word prudent. So prudent would be a wise decision, or a environmentally responsible, a prudent decision. So it wouldn't be that everything might not be considered the right thing to do in balance with everything else that needs to be done. So we just use the word prudent.
Okay, it's commonly used as an escape clause. So that was what was jumping out at me. And social justice and environmental justice are 2 different things.
Mm-hmm.
And you're throwing social justice in with environmentally responsible. It's actually environmental justice. Social justice, of course, involves other matters like, you know, ability to vote, where you live, all sorts of other issues.
We could move social justice. You're right. We could move that or some component of that to welcoming and equitable. It might fit better with equitable than it would be environmental.
Yeah, and that same issue arises in the visioning statement, by the way.
Okay.
So just going back to that, and it's commonly said, and it is state law right now, to say protect and preserve. So
state law to say protect and preserve what?
That's it. Colorado law says to protect and preserve the environment and protect and preserve public health, safety, and welfare.
Okay.
So as long as, and that is in our charter as well. That's the first paragraph of our charter. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's sort of the legal foundation for zoning is public health, safety, and welfare. So.
Right, exactly. It is just something that would also
I don't think it's a legal requirement for a comprehensive plan to make that statement, but we can certainly put that in here.
No, I don't think it is either. I was just suggesting that it is actually more descriptive of environmental responsibility than otherwise. And okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Noble touched on what I wanted to ask about, and that was the distinction between putting social justice under the environmentally responsible tab, if you will. And then if we're going to include language around environmental justice, I think we need to really define what that means and make sure that it's applicable to all of our residents, not just specifically those living in certain parts of the city. So a holistic approach to what environmental justice looks like rather than specific parts of the city or populations. And then I actually have reservations about including the tagline or the whatever I don't know what to call it, but using social justice in our vision statement, because I mean, that's a really that's a large statement to make. And I mean, we're talking about a lot of layers of what that means socially and the, the construct of how our country works. And so I'd like to see us explore what that means in this context if we're going to include it in our vision statement.
Okay. I see Councilmember Grimes, your hands are still up. Did you have something else you wanted to ask or? Nope, hands down. All right, anybody else? Okay, so that's good. That's good feedback. We can, the comments that were made regarding these are pretty easy fixes, and we can do that. And anything that translates back to a comment for the vision statement, we will address that as well. So again, going back to sort of the vision, another thing that when we talked about at the beginning, there was when we were talking about whether we do it as an aspirational vision, future written, we will do this, we will be that, versus a retrospective to say we are this, we are that, sort of looking back. Another difference in vision statements is to have one longer vision statement, sometimes a couple of pages long, where you don't have one sentence that's talking about housing. Let's say you have a paragraph talking about housing. But what we've done is we have the overall vision for the community, that one vision that sort of sets up a broader aspiration for the community without a hyper specificity or a lot of length, with the core principles. And then having a separate brief vision for each one of the following chapters. So when you read a chapter on commerce and employment, at the beginning of that chapter, say, here's our vision for commerce and employment. Here's our vision for housing and neighborhoods. Here's our vision for arts and culture. So each chapter of the plan would then start with a vision. Some plans, like we said, all of the vision is in one chapter, and it can be pretty lengthy. And what we wanted to do was have an overall vision, fairly brief in that section, and then a concise vision just for that topic or element as it exists in the plan. Then we can have a vision for housing and neighborhoods, followed by the goals for housing and neighborhoods, followed by the objectives for housing and neighborhoods. Then we can get into all the plan recommendations for housing and neighborhoods. And that would be that chapter. So you're not flipping around or cross-referencing within the document. So what we've done is we've taken a shot at would be a preliminary vision for each one of these 8 chapters. So again, the beginning of each chapter would start off with a brief vision statement for that element of the community. So I think maybe what I can do, if you tell me your preference, I could either give you a couple minutes to read this, or I could read it into the record and just read it like I have the other one. There is a vision for each one of the 8 chapters that we will be developing. And this, or a version of this, would exist at the beginning, and it would be followed by plan content. It would be followed by goals, objectives, recommendations, a bunch of things. This is meant to be sort of still that aspirational take on this topic of the community. So Mayor, to your preference, I can read it or let you guys read it.
Seeing as it's only written in English on the screen, can you please read it so the translation services can pick it up for our Spanish listening audience?
You bet. Okay, so this is the vision for land use and place types. Commerce City will prosper as it proactively addresses new development and growth, ensuring it has the right mix of land uses, plans to support new businesses, high quality homes, and well-maintained and accessible public spaces. Strong municipal leadership and predictable and consistent development policies will help the city achieve stable growth and employment. As a result, Commerce City will be known throughout the region as an ideal community for purchasing a home, raising a family, and starting a business. The city's focus on improving community character will foster growth in its key activity centers such as Derby Downtown District, leading to desirable places within the city comprised of a lively mix of uses and public amenities. With a robust variety of community events, public gathering spaces, and equitable investment efforts, residents from the northern range to the southern area of the city will increasingly identify as part of Commerce City. Now, a challenge for land use and place types is there are a lot of different land, unlike housing in neighborhoods. It's a pretty specific piece. Land use and place types addresses every type of land use, every area in the village, established areas, growth areas. So this vision is a little bit more encompassing than most other element visions because land use is a pretty big, broad-reaching topic. So anyway, that's the preliminary vision for that would be at the beginning part of the land use and place types chapter. Now, I don't know if we want to just take these comments real quickly by each one before I go on to the next one, or read all 8 and then come back and pick them off, whatever your preference is. And if there's a desire to, we can go back and write these as a retrospective, like the main vision, if there's a desire for that type of consistency.
Let's go ahead and try to get through all of them, and then if there's comments, then people can.
Okay, all right, sounds good. So the next one is connected corridors. No surprise to you, there are a lot of corridors that cut through the city, and we will be developing over the next few months some preliminary framework plans for some of these corridors, and then coming to you and the other Citizen Advisory Committee, staff working group, and technical advisory committee to talk about what those other corridors are. The community will continue to experience Commerce City through its corridors. Strategic improvements along key corridors will contribute to the impression of a cohesive and connected community with united neighborhoods from the northern range to the historic southern part of the city. Reflecting the community's strong desire for investment, improvement to the corridors will transcend Commerce City's neighborhoods, embrace a mix of places, solidify community identity, improve the quality of life, and increase multimodal connectivity. And again, one of the key things about corridors is it really is a nucleus of transportation and land uses in a pretty unique setting, as opposed to like an established commercial district or an established residential neighborhood. There's volumes of traffic and development challenges along corridors, and every corridor is different. So we thought it was very important to peel these off as an element of the urban fabric. Commerce and employment. And this really sort of looks at the commercial and industrial areas of the city, not the residential or open space. Commerce City's local economy will thrive as it builds on a spirit of innovation, resilience, collaboration, and entrepreneurship. By supporting established industry while embracing new professional and medical offices, research and development, and small business development, the city will continue to ensure high-quality local job opportunities for its residents. The city's focus on the business sector will spark new development of commercial areas and a mix of uses around the 72nd Avenue Station in the historic city, and in new commercial nodes that serve the central and northern parts of the community. Residents will enjoy a wealth of local options for shopping, entertainment, and activities that allow them to stay local. Next is housing and neighborhoods. Commerce City's neighborhoods will provide desirable and accessible housing for people of all backgrounds and stages of life. The historic southern area neighborhoods will realize their full potential as they benefit from active public realm improvements and neighborhood reinvestment strategies, improving the standard of living for the city's longstanding residents. Over time, redevelopment policies will ensure the city's oldest neighborhoods are well buffered from nearby employment and industrial areas. Northern range neighborhoods will continue to grow, providing a diverse range of housing that increases housing choices for all. Arts and culture and tourism. One of the unique things about Colorado as a state is Colorado enabling acts require that tourism be addressed in your comprehensive plan. It's the only state that we're aware of where tourism has to be addressed. So it's just it's a requirement of the state. Commerce City will continue to build upon unique characteristics that make it great, celebrating its history and diversity, promoting its rich Hispanic culture, and stewarding its historic resources. The city will be known as a gateway for access to Colorado's natural assets, attracting visitors for its unique sense of place, comprised of urban amenities and convenient access to world-class outdoor activities. Increasingly, the city will be a center of arts and culture, supporting investment in unique public places to provide social, cultural, and economic benefits, or that provide. Next is transportation and mobility, and this covers motorized, transit, pedestrian, and bicycle. Commerce City will prioritize road extensions and intersection improvements linking areas of the community that were previously disconnected. The city will strengthen its affordable, convenient, and healthy multimodal transportation options with a complete streets approach to all new roads and roadway improvements. Residents will walk and bike safely in their neighborhoods, enjoying a well-connected and robust sidewalk, bikeway, and trail network. The community will take advantage of reliable and safe non-motorized options to access destinations like the city's recreation centers, parks, open spaces, shopping areas, and regional transit at the 72nd Avenue Station. Parks, open space, and the natural environment. Throughout Commerce City, well-distributed parks and open spaces will provide residents with accessible public gathering spaces to socialize, play, and be active. The city's reputation for attractive open spaces will remain strongly associated with the area-wide appeal of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge for local and regional tourism. The city will benefit from its efforts to establish new parks and better connect existing parks and recreation facilities with trails and sidewalks for all residents. Public facilities and infrastructure. Commerce City will feature advanced utility, communication, and public safety infrastructure and services. As these services evolve to meet the demands of the growing community, they will accommodate the city's future needs while balancing fiscal responsibility. Collaborative decision-making and implementation of best practices will improve utility quality, enhance the accessibility of public facilities, and support growth. All Commerce City residents will enjoy improved access to high-quality, accessible services distributed equitably across the community in Spanish and English. A coordinated community effort between local healthcare institutions, service organizations, and educational institutions will build on the community's existing system and establish a regional reputation for easily accessible and centrally located facilities and services. And that's those. So that is, again, so the structure is that the one chapter would be the overall vision statement, which we already talked about, together with the core values or core principles. And then the following 8 chapters, the beginning of each chapter would be the sort of aspirational paragraph or 2 to sort of capture the essence of what it was the city was trying to achieve over time, or what they wanted to be with regard to that element over time, to be followed by goals, objectives, and then the recommendations and all the other components of that chapter. So any comments on that? And again, it's a lot of text to go through, so don't feel as though you've got to get it all to us tonight, obviously. But comments you can get to us through staff once you've had a time to go through it all, if you haven't had the time to go through it enough to your liking so far.
Are there any comments at this time? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that I see missing here is the inclusion of education. And I don't know if that's been brought forward by any of the citizens, but I would like to see that addressed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the only place to respond, education institutions are here, third line from the bottom with regard to public facilities. And the only reason comprehensive plans typically tread fairly lightly is because the city has little governance over the education system as opposed to the school district. So the plan will definitely talk about ways to coordinate with and support educational improvements and opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. But it would be, we'll take a look at addressing it in more robustly, but it would be in this section, because this is the chapter of the plan where it will be.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we don't have governance over them, but we should certainly look at them as being a crucial part of our
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It's interesting as a side note to show that every community does this differently. When we did Flint, Michigan years ago, they were so convinced that the economic viability of Flint was tied to developing workforce training for high school kids and below, that education was addressed as part of the economic development strategy. It was the only time we've ever done it. It was pretty unique, but it worked really well for them. But you're right. You don't have control over the education, but you can be a real strong partner. So.
Councilmember Noble.
So I missed that. So we don't have an economic development section, John?
There's no, the economic development chapter is, there's no chapter economic development. It's going to be a part of commerce and employment. This initially was called economic development. This chapter was. It will go in here. We thought commerce and employment was a better way to title this than economic development. Now we can name this economic development. In the first initial draft that we were working on, that's what we had. And then in going through it, looking at what was important to people, sort of a way to relate back to what people thought of as being important as a comprehensive plan, we changed it to commerce and employment. But this is the economic development components will be in this chapter. Now we can change it to economic development, but we changed it to this. The first draft, we had it as economic development.
Well, it seems to me, since we actually have some similar challenges to Flint, Michigan, that their idea of including education here makes a lot of sense, because an educated populace can have lots more opportunities than otherwise. So it would be something to emphasize. I know when I listened in on 2 of the online focus group things, and they talked about higher education, attracting higher education facilities here. They also talked about attracting hospital here. I don't see that. I just see new professional and medical offices, which is quite different than a hospital. So I think that could use the commerce and employment section, could use some work.
Okay.
It also doesn't say anything about retail or town centers, which does remind me that when the city was going park to park, and they had a board that you could fill out and so forth. And one of the options was for a downtown. And I talked to one of the staff people that day about it and said that downtown isn't really something that Commerce City residents would be looking for. They might be looking for town centers or town entertainment areas, but not a downtown. I think most people would think of downtown as Denver with high rises.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be that. So no one was saying yes to that because it was just not the right word to get the response that we might have wanted in a comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Yes, seeing no other requests for comments, can we move to the next section, please?
Okay. Okay, so the next steps, again, we'll be continuing. We'll take all the feedback received this evening. If there's any more, let us know. We will then continue to work on the vision, goals, and core principles. We'll be meeting with the other advisory groups, citizen and technical, to go over them as well to get their feedback for refinement. The next pieces we're going to be working on are the preliminary citywide plans. And we've kind of broken these down into a couple of different pieces. And that is land use and place types and connected corridors, because that is so land use and development centric. We had to sort of develop these pieces in coordination with one another. So the first round of draft deliverables that we're going to be working on, pulling together, are the land use and place types and the connected corridors. And we hope to have another city council session in the spring to go over that. That's a big chunk. The sort of the heart of any comprehensive plan is land use. Transportation, parks and rec, neighborhood, commercial, industrial, community facilities. Those are all types of land use, and then all the things that spin off from those places. But the land use plan is all of those things. It's sort of the nucleus of a comprehensive plan, sort of. So we'll be working on the land use, place types, and the connected corridors as a package. So there's a little bit of cohesive stuff. And we'll be going to be shooting for a council session in spring. Prior to running up to this, we'll be meeting with the resident committee and the technical advisory committee to begin to shape this. When we get these pulled together, we'll be having open house and workshops to get feedback. People can ask questions, they can look at it. We'll get feedback so we can revise it. So there'll be rounds of outreach with the development of this next piece, and then a city council study session in the spring. Once we get feedback from residents, from the outreach, and from you, we'll be able to make revisions and recalibrate it while we then continue to work on the other elements, being economic development or commerce and employment, housing and neighborhoods, arts and culture, transportation, parks and open space, and public facilities will be the next package of things, because all of these things will be dependent on how sort of the land use and the corridors shake out, because that will help determine where these other things go and how they're characterized. So the next package after the spring package with land use and corridors will be these other, again, preliminary elements. They won't be 100% done. They'll probably be draft 90, 80% done, but drafted so they're a little bit malleable, so we can have the discussion, the community outreach, the open houses to get the feedback to shape them up. And then based off the community input and outreach and feedback from these two different rounds of outreach, then we will have had eyes on all the key pieces. Then we can begin to assemble the draft plan so people can see how that would all fit together. So when you see these elements, the land use, place types, and connected corridors, you'll see the text with the graphics and the maps and the vignettes and the illustrations and the tables. They'll be complete packages. So it won't be just text like what you saw tonight. There's going to be a lot of rich content and context to these other pieces, because they're going to start preparing working drafts of what will be in the plan, hopefully. So when you get materials going forward, they will be these pretty content-rich packets. So that's what we're working on right now. And the next two rounds will be one in the spring, land use and place types and corridors, and then one in the summer will be the other those other remaining 6 elements that you see there. And again, if you look at commerce and employment, we're doing an economic development strategic plan as a separate document after the comprehensive plan. It will provide a lot of detail. We're going to be working on a transportation master plan. That's where a lot of that detail is going to be. The transportation and mobility plan and the comprehensive plan will set that detailed plan up, but the detailed plan will be that other standalone document. And likewise, there will be an element, parks, open space, and natural environment in this plan, but we are going to be working on, starting in May, probably a very detailed parks, recreation, and golf master plan. So detailed plan just on that. So when we're all done, you'll basically have a series of documents that work together. You'll have the comprehensive plan document. You'll have the transportation master plan document. You'll have a parks, recreation, and golf master plan document, and you'll have an economic development strategic plan document. So those, over the course of the next couple of years, those are the 4 documents. The first one to be produced is the comprehensive plan. And then beginning in May, we will also start dovetailing and beginning work on the recreation, parks, and golf master plan and the transportation master plan. So Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you. That's it. We can answer any questions that you might have. But the feedback we got was real helpful. I appreciate you all for reading it. It really helps when we produce stuff to know that people have read it, thought about it, and have constructive feedback, because it's the only way we can recalibrate and make it better along the way. So I appreciate you all taking the time this evening. and taking the time prior to the meeting to read through everything and provide feedback. So thank you.
Sir, appreciate the work you and your team are doing and your time this evening to bring us up to speed on the progress. Does anybody on council have any questions before we move on to the next presentation? Seeing none, we will do so. Thank you again. Next up is a presentation on water law information. Amy Rice, planner, to introduce the presentation.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for that introduction. Tonight, we're going to have Andrea Carl, who is our water consultant. She's going to be making a presentation on water information as well as some follow-up on the Buffalo Run golf course irrigation options. So please welcome Andrea.
Good evening, Mayor Huesman and council members. I'm Andrea Carroll. I'm a water attorney for the city, and I'm going to start sharing my screen. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Can you all see the presentation?
We can, yes, Andrea.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as I mentioned, I'm Andrea Carroll. I'm with the firm Branish and Reich, and I am a water attorney representing the city. Our firm has represented the city for over 30 years, and I've had the pleasure of doing so since 2015. Some of you might remember Paul Zylis of our firm. He represented the city all of those years, and he is the one who obtained the golf course water supply that is still the water supply, and we'll discuss it today. So I wanted to let you know, for those of you who have worked with him previously, he has reviewed and provided his input on this presentation. So we've had the benefit of somebody who represented the city for 30 plus years be involved with this process, as well as your great staff. So as Jamie mentioned, I'm going to do a Water Rights 101 for you. So give you an overview of Colorado water law. So it's going to be a semester and less than an hour. So hopefully that will be informative as we move into a discussion about the Buffalo Run golf course and the existing water supply for the golf course and a recommendation for a drought protection water supply. So overview of what I'll be presenting to you tonight. Colorado water law, we'll talk about the historical context and current conditions, types of water rights, and then we'll dive into the law, the doctrine of prior appropriation, how to establish water rights, and we'll get into how they're administered, Colorado water courts, and we'll finish with groundwater rights, which will be a nice segue into the Buffalo Run golf course. And in that discussion, I'll summarize for you the existing water supply with your augmentation plan, why we're even talking about this and the need for a drought protection supply, the options that we've considered and evaluated, and I'll answer the specific questions you raised at your January 3rd meeting where you discussed this item. So who's ready to drink from the fire hose? In all seriousness, I hope this presentation does not make you feel like this. I am aiming to give you a fairly high-level overview of water law, and it is a vast, complex, and ever-changing body of law. It's technical. It often requires working with engineers. It's not really an area you can just dip your toe into. So I expect there to be questions, and we have a lot to cover, so I would respectfully ask that you make a note if you have a question. There are slide numbers on the bottom right corner of each slide, and you can just jot down if you have a question, and we'll get to all of those at the end. Okay, so fundamentals of Colorado water law. I love this picture. You've probably seen this or something like this, or even heard the old axiom that some people attribute to Mark Twain, that water is for fighting and whiskey is for drinking. It's funny, but there's some truth to it. And we'll get into why that is the case. So water law is very historically based. And just by way of background for you, the 100th meridian is a dividing line in our country, and the eastern half of our nation is much more humid, of course, and there's more rainfall, and it's governed by something called the riparian system of water rights. That's how water rights are allocated in the east where there's a lot more water. Well, in the arid west, we have the doctrine of prior appropriation that we're going to be discussing today. And I like these quotes here. The primary unity of the west is the shortage of water. And in a dry and thirsty land, it is necessary to divert the waters of the streams from their natural channels. It speaks to the climate, literally and physically, and we'll get into the details of that, but it also touches on the history of the allocation of this scarce resource in the arid West. As some of you probably know, about 2/3 of our water passes through our rivers in about a 2 to 3 month runoff season. So that leaves about 1/3 for the remaining 9 to 10 months a year. Hence the need to manage it responsibly and in a wise way. So water rights existed even before statehood in Colorado. And 1852 is the oldest water right located in southern Colorado. So why is water so important in Colorado and the West? And I know you all know this, but I think it helps lay the groundwork and pave the way for our discussion and provide some context. Water is a critical resource. It's universally needed by everybody: agriculture, people, environment, industry, recreation, tourism, you name it, everybody needs it. It's a scarce resource. We don't have enough natural precipitation for most crops in Colorado. And another touch point for scarcity is the state's 2015 Colorado Water Plan, which projected a water supply gap of 560,000 acre feet for municipal and industrial uses by 2050 if actions aren't taken to close that gap. Just a footnote here that the state is currently updating the plan, and that should become available this year. But long story short is we're identifying shortages if actions aren't taken to improve that situation. So it's also a dynamic resource with flood and drought cycles. And this is a picture I actually took of the 2013 flood in Boulder. Let's talk about current conditions and the future. We're planning for uncertainty in the future. And I heard a couple of you touch on that in the comp plan discussion just now. And it's true, I couldn't agree more. We're facing some uncertainty. We have had ongoing drought for several years now, we know that. Climate change, which I've recently heard in several presentations by experts who are studying hydrology and climate change and the Colorado River issues. They're calling it the aridification now. So it's our region becoming drier. And we're obviously facing population growth. We know that in the Front Range all too well. And so overall, this all leads to more demand, less supplies, and greater uncertainty, underscoring a need for resiliency. So this is a drought monitor map, and this was pulled as of February 1st. You can get this online and it's updated regularly. And it just shows you that as of February 1st, all of Colorado is in some level of drought condition. You know, certain times of the year, you'll pull it up and you'll see a fair amount of that maroon exceptional drought. Right now, we're mostly abnormally dry to extreme drought. So it's something to be aware of for our discussion. So with that groundwork, let's move into types of water. Basically, we have groundwater, which is from underneath the ground, from an aquifer, underneath the surface of the ground. It's, if you think of wells, that's groundwater. And it could be tributary or not, and we'll get into that in more detail later. And this is a fun picture of an artesian well in the San Luis Valley. So artesian just means it's under artesian pressure, and you wouldn't need a pump to withdraw that water and make it come to the surface. So that would be a fun surprise if you needed water. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen all too often, but the other main type is surface water. And so that's your rivers, your streams, your ditches, springs. And this is a picture of a typical head gate that you might see on a ditch. So I don't typically include this in a Water Law 101 presentation, but I understand this was a question or part of a question raised at the January 3rd meeting, so I wanted to address it today. Potable versus non-potable water. Potable just means the water has been treated to a level that it's safe for human consumption, so drinking and indoor domestic uses. Non-potable is anything else. So that can be raw water, raw meaning it's straight from the ditch, no treatment at all. or it can be treated just to a lesser degree. So it could be, for example, through an irrigation line, it's been treated somewhat, but not quite to the level of water that you'd want to drink for human consumption. And this is just a nice graphic from the Denver Water website showing a basic treatment process of taking raw water all the way until it's ready to be used at home for consumption. Units of measure. So there are a lot of numbers in water law and dealing with water rights. And to help you get a landscape, an acre foot equals 325,851 gallons. Excuse me, 325,851 gallons. And the easiest way to think of that is it's an acre of land covered by a foot of water. And that's a volume, of course. So you also deal with flow rates, a rate of water, moving water, and the rate at which it's moving. And let me get my laser pointer here. So cubic feet per second, or CFS, that's 448 gallons a minute. And the easiest math in water law is if 2 CFS runs for 24 hours, you get an acre foot. And then one other tidbit that I think is helpful for you, maybe not so much tonight, but definitely just for understanding water and having a good background for your important roles, is an equivalent residential unit, or ERU. And that's the amount of water needed to serve one residential unit. It varies by community or water provider. And in Commerce City, South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, of course, is the water provider, and that's set at 0.53 acre feet, so about half an acre foot. Okay, let's dive into the law. So prior appropriation and the priority system. The prior appropriation doctrine, it's the system of allocating water. It's how we allocate or divide up water resources. And it's based on the historical order in which the water users did two things: diverted the water, so removed it from the stream or removed it from the aquifer. You diverted the water and you placed it to a beneficial use. You can think of it as first in time, first in right. That's the easiest summary of the prior appropriation doctrine. Whoever came first has the strongest and most secure right, and those who came later, the junior water rights, have less secure rights than the older senior rights. This system is administered by state water officials through the priority system. And unless your water right is abandoned, your place in line is preserved in perpetuity. It's preserved forever. So your priority sticks with your water right. And generally, this governs tributary water rights and does not apply to non-tributary water rights. And we'll get into that more later. That will be important for the golf course discussion. But typically, this applies to anything that's connected to the rivers and connected to the stream system, meaning it's tributary. Okay, so what is a water right? It's the right to use a specific amount of water based on your priority date. And these underlying terms here, I was just wanting to highlight that this stems from the Constitution, actually. So in Colorado, our Constitution establishes the ability or the right to go out and appropriate a water right. And some of these terms are key terms that stem from that constitutional right. And there are also limits and constraints on how you establish a water right. There are usufructuary rights, which means it's a right to use the water. It's the water of the state and you have a right to use it. It's not necessarily that you own the water itself. And that gets a little complicated because water rights are also valuable property rights that are treated as real property in Colorado. So you can often convey them or acquire them by a deed or other instrument, like if you were purchasing a house. Same thing, you can buy and sell water rights. And they're confirmed and described in a decree that's granted by a water court. And that water court decree will impose terms and conditions on your use of the water right. We'll talk about that more. So when you get that court order called a decree, you get your water court decree, what's going to be in it? Well, there are certain parameters that will certainly be in it. It defines your water rights. So it's going to indicate the amount. What is that volume, either in acre feet or the rate in CFS typically? So how much water are you entitled to? And that second, this bullet here is just, we could talk about that if you have questions on it, but the short story is if you do a change of water rights case, which is a more complicated water court action, the amount will be limited to what you've historically used. But for our purposes, let's just stick with the volume or the rate of water that you are seeking. You will have confirmed in the decree. And then, of course, the source of water. Is it coming from a river or groundwater or spring? You'll have the priority date. And this too is not as easy as it might seem at first glance. So you have a date of appropriation, you have a priority date. So I went out, or we'll say my ancestors went out in 1880 and initiated that water right by going out and diverting it from the stream and placing it to a beneficial use, irrigating fields. Okay, well, it's an 1880 water right. Well, not quite, because my ancestors had it decreed in water court in 1890. So if my neighbor comes in and also has an 1880 water right, a water right that they went out and established by using it and irrigating with it in 1880, but they went to water court 10 years before me in 1880, then they're senior to me. So that's called the postponement doctrine. And it's just to say, you can't just look at the priority date. You have to also look at the date of your court decree. But this determines your place in line. And we'll talk about that more when we talk about administration of water rights. So your decree will also set forth the beneficial uses. Beneficial use is a term of art. There are only certain types of beneficial use that are allowed in Colorado. There was a case a few years ago that basically set forth aesthetic use isn't a beneficial use and doesn't qualify. But by way of example, irrigation, municipal, domestic, those are types of uses that might be in a water court decree. And we won't touch on this today, but there are absolute and conditional water rights. So on this slide here, creation of a water right, we won't get into this in too much detail either, but the bottom line here is another limit on the creation of a water right is something called the anti-speculation doctrine. And that's a law in Colorado. And it basically means that you cannot acquire a water right solely with the intent to sell it. You can't flip water rights. You have to have an end user and be ready to use it. So no speculation of water rights in Colorado. And then the second bullet point here is beneficial use. We were just talking about that only certain types of uses qualify as a beneficial use. And actually the law does deem wasting not a beneficial use. So you can't waste water and claim that as being a valid lawful use. Okay, so how does this all play out on the ground? And how does this play out in real life? Well, priority is the keystone. That priority date determines your place in line. And so if a water right places a call, and I'll be more specific, if a senior water right places a call when there's not enough water to go around, then the junior water rights, the later ones in line, they get cut off, and that's called curtailed. Your water right gets cut off, you're told you can't divert anymore. The state water officials come out and lock your head gate or give you a notice and say, you're shut off, you can't divert anymore. There's not enough water to go around, and that senior upstream who has a, let's say 1860 right, they get to keep using while you have to cease your use. And one nuance can be that it's not always necessarily on the exact same tributary or the exact same river, because it's all connected, right? So you might have a call placed on an upstream tributary that impacts others downstream. So, and state water officials have something called straight line diagrams, and they're diagrams that show, you know, each river with the various tributaries. And so you have to look at the whole picture in various sources. And finally, one note is if there is no senior water right actively placing a call at a given time, meaning there is enough water to go around, that's called free river. That's a period of free river. Okay, let's talk about a specific type of water right called a plan for augmentation, because this will be relevant to our golf course discussion. An augmentation plan is a water right that you go and you decree in water court, and it allows a water user to continue diverting and using water when they otherwise would not be allowed to. So otherwise they would be too junior, they would get curtailed or cut off, but because they have a replacement source of water, it's called an augmentation supply or augmentation water, and they put that replacement water or augmentation water into the stream so they're not impacting or injuring senior water rights, they are allowed to continue using the water. And this will make a little more sense, I think, when we talk about the city's augmentation plan for the golf course. You have to get it decreed in water court. And these are critical tools for municipalities and other water users that need a firm yield water supply year round, without regard for who's placing a call or changing flows or changing conditions. If you need consistency year round, an augmentation plan is really the best tool for that. And one last note on these consumptive use factors. So this is really an important point for understanding how augmentation plans work. You only have to augment or replace the water that's actually consumed. So there are typically return flows. You don't actually consume all the water in your house, right? When you take a shower or use water in your home, that water goes back. There are return flows that return to the stream system. You know, they're ultimately treated and whatnot, but water returns to the system. And so the same is true with irrigation. So historically, sprinkler irrigation is thought of as being an 85% irrigation efficiency. And so that means that only 15% of that water is actually consumed and removed and eliminated by the plants in the irrigation process. And 85% of it is return flows. So you only have to augment what you consume. Colorado water courts. So we've talked about these a little bit, but there are various types of water court actions you can pursue in water court. You can adjudicate new water rights, plans for augmentation. You can change existing water rights. Those are one of the most complicated and contentious of the different types of water court actions you can pursue. And there are other types of actions, diligence and make absolute proceedings pertaining to absolute versus conditional water rights. And we have 7 water courts in Colorado, and that's not a coincidence. They correspond with the 7 river basins, and I'll show you a map of that. Commerce City is in Division 1, the South Platte River Basin, which is the most contentious of all the water courts. Meaning, if you file a case in water court in Division 1, you will have opposition. Anybody can file to enter your case, and it's called oppose it. That's the term of art. So instead of a plaintiff and a defendant, like you think of in typical lawsuits, in water courts, you have an applicant. That's the entity who's seeking the water right, applying for a water right, and then opposers. And under Colorado statute, it says any person, the exact language is any person may oppose your case. So it is not uncommon in Division 1 to have, 10, 20, maybe even more than that, opposers in a case. So here's a map of the water divisions. And as I mentioned, there's a water court in each one. Okay, what happens on the ground with the state water officials? Administration of water rights. Water rights are administered by the Division of Water Resources. You may have also heard the state engineer's office. They're relatively synonymous. And then you have a division engineer's office in each of those water divisions. And then there are water commissioners who are more on the ground, and they're assigned to the individual smaller water districts within each water division. And these are the folks who enforce the priority system. So some examples of that are enforcing a call, as we talked about earlier, and curtailing junior water users. That might involve issuing a cease and desist order for unlawful use. If somebody doesn't have a water right and they need to curtail or cease using water the way they are. Red tagging is another terminology for that. Sometimes the water commissioner could come out and red tag your well and basically, notify you that you need to cut off. They participate in every water court case, but they could, in the alternative, oppose your case if the state and division engineers see some issues with what you're claiming to do. Then they might very well enter your case as an opposer. And then you would have to negotiate with them or go to trial with them if you can't settle. And then various things like accounting and diversion records and requiring and maintaining other types of reporting, and of course, issuing well permits. So since we're talking about well permits, let's get into the groundwater rights. So groundwater, as I mentioned from the outset, it can either be tributary or non-tributary, or there's another one, and this is my favorite phrase in Colorado water law, not non-tributary. There are also designated groundwater basins, but we'll save that for another day. So tributary basically just means it's connected to the stream system. It's connected to the streams and the river hydrologically. They impact each other and they're connected, and pumping that groundwater can impact the river or the stream. And there's always a presumption of tributary. It's presumed to be tributary, the groundwater, unless you can prove otherwise. So non-tributary is pretty much the opposite. I have a bit of a technical statutory definition here, but the bottom line with non-tributary is it's not hydrologically connected to the stream system. It's physically isolated, and you're pumping the non-tributary water does not impact or injure or deplete the river or the stream system. So as a result of that, as a result of being isolated and not impacting other water rights, it is exempt from water rights administration. That means it can be diverted outside the priority system. Seniors placing calls does not impact non-tributary water. If a senior is placing a call on the South Platte River in the vicinity of Commerce City, it would not impact a non-tributary well in the area because it is physically distinct and separate, and that non-tributary well could continue pumping. And so it's a rare and valuable classification of groundwater. And then finally, not non-tributary, it's basically, it's not quite non-tributary. It has some connection, some attenuated connection to the surface water in the stream system. And as a result of that, you have to replace your depletions. So you would need a plan for augmentation. It's not as simple, and it's not exempt from the priority system. You have to replace some of your use. So let's talk about the Denver Basin aquifers. And I'm going to go forward one slide real quick to show you the lay of the land. Here's the physical extent of the Denver Basin aquifers. And it might be hard to see, but on the north we have Greeley, and you can see the springs down below. And what I wanted to show you with this is the Denver Basin aquifers basically extend from Greeley all the way down past the springs. And we'll come back and talk about that again in a second, but here's a cross section. So here's the other way to look at it. Let's look at them by depth. So the Denver Basin aquifers in that area, that geographic area we were just looking at, they are very deep aquifers, hundreds to thousands of feet deep. And from most shallow to deepest, it's Dawson, Denver, Arapahoe, which is sometimes broken out into lower and upper Arapahoe, and then Laramie Fox Hills. So the Dawson and the Denver are not non-tributary. That was that third classification, and that's the one that does have some attenuated connection to the stream system, and so you have to augment or replace at least some of your usage. Arapahoe and Laramie Fox Hills, those are non-tributary, meaning they are physically separate and distinct, and they don't impact the stream system. And thus they're exempt from water rights administration. And it makes sense because they're deeper, they're farther away from the surface system. And so back to this map, I just wanted to point out to you, if you notice the colors, the orange color, the pink color is Dawson Aquifer, and that's not in Commerce City. So where Commerce City is, you have Denver, Arapahoe, Laramie, Fox Hills, but there's no Dawson in the Commerce City area. So you don't have that most shallow aquifer. Okay, last but not least on the general water law front, before we get into the golf course, how can you obtain a Denver Basin groundwater right? Well, it's based on land ownership. It's based on overlying land ownership. And this is different than what we talked about earlier, right? We talked about tributary water rights, and they're based on diverting that water and placing it to beneficial use and going to water court to get a decree. If you think of Colorado water rights, that's probably what you think of. And that is how it works. That's how our system governs the tributary water rights. But for these different non-tributary water rights that are Denver Basin, it's completely different system. And by statute, it's based on your overlying land ownership. And in short, the allocation of it is limited to a 100-year aquifer life. And so basically that just results in your withdrawals being limited to a percentage every year over 100 years. but it's based on land ownership, and there are 2 ways to obtain a vested Denver Basin water right. And I underlined vested here because I wanted to emphasize what it means to be a vested right. Vested means it's legally protected and it's secure and it's enforceable. And so to have a vested Denver Basin water right, you could either obtain a well permit from the state engineer's office and construct the well. It's really important under Colorado water law that you do both things. You have to also build the well. You can't just get the permit, you have to build the well, and then that qualifies as a vested, protected water right. Or you can go to water court and you can get a water court decree. So in either of those processes, the state engineer's office will be involved, and they'll basically do an evaluation and they'll issue a document with their findings. They're just called different things in each process. They'll issue a determination of facts in a court case, or they would issue findings in the permit process. But they're essentially the same facts and the same analysis. So I just want to touch on the pros and cons of these 2 approaches. So for going to court to get the decree, some people really like the finality of that court decree and walking out with your court order, because it's not subject to changes in the law or statute or regulations or changes in administration or the regulators. But the court process is longer. It's much more expensive and much longer than the well permit process. And there's the potential for opposition. We talked about that with Water Division 1 being the most contentious of all the water courts. So you could very well have a lot of opposition in your case, and you will have the state engineer be involved in that process. And it really just depends on the issues in your particular case and who's opposing it and what their concerns are as to how long it can take. It could take years, it could be expensive. Not always, but these days it often is. On the other hand, the well permit option, it's much more efficient. It's about a 4 to 8 week time frame through the state. But some people fear changes in regulations or the agency or policy. So perhaps some people feel like a well permit is not as secure as a court order or court decree. But again, under Colorado water law, if you also build that well, then you now have a vested water right. So from that standpoint, it's just as legally protected and enforceable as the court decree. Okay, let's pivot to the Buffalo Run Golf Course. So the city has a plan for augmentation for the golf course, and this is how the golf course is lawfully irrigated today. It was decreed in Division 1 Water Court in the 90s, case number 95 CW 003. And importantly, this is not associated with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. I say importantly just because in Commerce City, of course, they're the water provider and we work hand in hand with them and have a great relationship with them. However, this is the city's own decreed water right. It's your water right, you control it, you operate it. It provides a lawful irrigation supply for the golf course and replaces evaporation from the ponds. Because in Colorado, if you have a pond that's evaporating water and you don't have a water right for it, well, you better get a water right, or in this day and age, when you can no longer get a senior water right, you just have to augment it or replace it. So this plan for augmentation, the augmented structures, the structures that otherwise would not be allowed to operate and would not be allowed to use water, but they are because of this augmentation plan, that's 2 tributary wells. You have 2 wells that are pumping tributary water, so water that's hydrologically connected to the South Platte River system. And that water is pumped for irrigating the golf course. And then there are 7 ponds out there that we basically replace the evaporation from. It's 38 acre feet a year. So how are you making that replacement? How are you providing augmentation water to all the other water users on the South Platte who could be impacted? The city has a lease with the city of Westminster for 360 acre feet of fully consumable water each year. And it's a perpetual right to delivery. In the lease agreement, there's no ending term, which is how you're able to get this in water court in part. But It's 360 acre feet. But what that means for pumping is you actually can pump up to 380 acre feet or so a year. And that's based on the 85% irrigation efficiency we talked about earlier, because you don't actually consume all the water. So you only have to replace what you're consuming when you irrigate. And I wanted to call to your attention that this lease agreement with Westminster can reduce the deliveries, this 360 acre feet that you're allowed each year to make replacements in order to continue irrigating the golf course. They can reduce that amount if it imposes mandatory citywide water restrictions in times of drought. So let's keep that in mind. And here are some nice photos of the golf course, a pond, and a junior golf event, and the main irrigation lake. And I wanted to show you a picture of the main irrigation lake as we get into some more specifics here. Okay, so why are we even talking about a drought protection water supply for the golf course? Well, I'd like to tell you about some recent operations and upcoming changes. 2020 was a dry year, and the golf course used its full entitlement of augmentation water and ran out of irrigation water in October. As a result, we had to purchase expensive hydrant water from the water district as a stopgap measure. And in 2021, we had a different situation. The city was actually under its limit and only pumped about 340 acre feet. So you're about 40 acre feet under your pumping limit. And that was mostly due to the big spring rains we had last year. And just by way of comparison, as a touchstone to see where we are so far this year, in November and December of 2021, the city had used about 23 acre feet. And last year you used about 15 for the same time period. So at least for November, December, you're running a little bit higher and a little more water use heavy than you did previously. And I just want to point out that winter watering does occur at the golf course depending on how much snowpack there is. And it's highly variable depending on the weather and the snow we get. So an important factor for this discussion is the golf course is having an entire irrigation system replacement this year. And this is very exciting because the equipment has been in place for decades, and there will be a new pump station and more efficient irrigation sprinkler heads and controls. Everything will be new. And the estimated completion is late November of this year. So what that means is we won't really know the efficiencies gained, how much water is being conserved, until probably late 2023, because it's being installed this year, and then you'll have to get through an irrigation season next year to really understand and see, are we getting the efficiencies that we were told we would, and how is it playing out on the ground? And of course, one thing that's not on here is everything we talked about at the outset: climate change and scarce resource, and need to adapt into the future and develop a resilient and diversified approach. So what is a drought protection or emergency water supply? Well, it's just what it sounds like. It's for drought protection purposes or emergency uses only. The goal is that it would be a long-term solution that could be in place for many years for the city's benefit, but it would only be used periodically, ideally in hot late season, summer, or early fall. And the city's water resources engineers at Applegate Group, they concluded that this source would probably be used 1 to 2 out of every 10 years. And as we get farther into this, I made some assumptions about 4 out of every 10 years in an effort just to be conservative. So we saw the need for this in 2020. And as I mentioned, we have changing conditions, uncertainty in the future, and we really see this as insurance for the city. So ideally, it's something that you obtain and know you have it if you need it. And an important thing that the golf course staff know more about than I do is that there are multi-year impacts to turf health. It's not just having one bad year, it's ongoing, it's living, and you have to consider the long-term health of it. So generally for our clients, we recommend a drought protection supply of about 10 to 15% of your annual demand. But please keep in mind that that percentage is a historical practice. That's a percentage that has been recommended for decades. And we're talking about some climate uncertainty and a new state water plan coming out this year. So we have some changes ahead of us. But I certainly don't think 10 to 15% is anything but conservative. So again, this is for resiliency and insurance policy, and ideally it wouldn't be used most years and only occasionally, possibly not even the full amount. And it would be used when that augmentation plan is completely exhausted and you've used all your water available under it, like in 2020. So I won't go through all of these unless there are questions. I'm just trying to be aware of time, but there are several options that we considered. There are only two that we explored in depth because they were the most pragmatic, cost-effective, and they seem to be the most viable ones. But there's certainly several options. So the two we'll talk about in depth are a new Denver basin well based on the city's land ownership, a non-potable water line through the water district, and then other options could be drilling and permitting a new tributary well and going to water court and getting a new decreed plan for augmentation. That's assuming you can locate and purchase senior water rights as augmentation water. Amend your existing augmentation plan to add new wells. I wouldn't do that. You have a great decree, and everything's just more contentious in water court these days. You could purchase a nearby tributary well that's already decreed for augmentation. You could ask the Division of Water Resources to increase withdrawals under an existing well you have. So again, we've considered various options, but focused on the two that seemed the most promising. So here's option one, Lower Arapahoe well. So this would be based on the city's ownership of about 226.5 acres. And based on your ownership of that land, Applegate engineers found that you'd be entitled to these amounts from the various Denver Basin aquifers. And here's the Lower Arapahoe aquifer. This is the one we'll focus on. 40 acre-feet a year from the Lower Arapahoe aquifer. That's non-tributary water, exempt from the priority system. And that well would be in the range of, well, I should tell you, the aquifer is in the range of 200 to 750 feet deep. Now, initially, we started out recommending 60 acre-feet, just based on that 10 to 15% general percentage recommendation. However, now we're focused on the 40 acre-feet for a couple of reasons. One is you're entitled to 40 acre-feet of water that's underlying your land from the Lower Arapahoe aquifer. And you already have a Lower Arapahoe well. So you may not know this, but the golf course does have a Lower Arapahoe well, and that water supplies the clubhouse. It's for domestic use. And so because you already have a well in this aquifer, your staff and your water quality contractor, they are familiar with that water source and how to treat it for water quality purposes. And also in multiple discussions over the past year or so with golf course staff, my understanding is that 40 acre-feet would probably be enough for that intermittent, occasional, late season use. And the hope too, of course, is that that new irrigation system would make it so 40 acre-feet is much more than you need and you don't even have to use it. So pros and cons of this Lower Arapahoe well option. The main pro, and I can't emphasize this enough, having worked for various municipalities and water providers and water districts, is you would control your own destiny. And the beauty of this well is kind of like your augmentation plan that's worked so well for the golf course all these years. You wouldn't have to rely on another entity that could increase its rates or change its policies. So this would provide you long-term security in a changing water world. And in terms of any kinds of cons, it is true that some water providers in the state are trying not to rely heavily on non-renewable water supplies from aquifers like these and prefer to use renewable surface supplies. However, that's for water providers using a lot of water in the business of using and treating and providing water. And again, the idea for this is just to be used intermittently as needed in some years. And maybe water quality could be considered a con, but we'll talk about that in detail momentarily actually right here. Okay, so Denver Basin water quality is something that has to be considered. And so Applegate engineers, they identified what's called high sodium permeability in the lower Arapahoe water. It has a low salt content, but it has this high sodium permeability. Now, interestingly, the two tributary irrigation wells for the golf course that irrigate the golf course now, they don't have the sodium permeability issue, but they do have very high salt concentrations. So it's just a different side of the same coin in some ways. And my understanding from talking with the water quality contractor, Soil Horizons, is they would be treated, the lower Arapahoe well water, it would be treated in a very similar way that the golf course currently treats the tributary well water that irrigates the golf course. And I'll tell you, I'm a water rights attorney and I'm not an engineer and I'm not a water quality attorney, but I certainly know how to consult and rely on the experts. And I'm told that the treatment methods for the water and the soil are things like acid injections, calcium and gypsum applications, magnetic water treatment, ozone diffusion, and even regular aeration of the turf. So those same techniques would be used for the lower Arapahoe water. And that costs about $17,000 a year right now for the tributary water. So we assume it would be about the same proportion for lower Arapahoe water. And finally, I wanted to point out that this lower Arapahoe well water, if you go this route, it would be pumped into the main irrigation lake. So we saw the picture of the main irrigation lake where the tributary well water is currently pumped into before it goes out and irrigates on the golf course. Well, this water would go into that same pond. So they would mix and that would change the water quality as well. So all to say, it's something to think about, water quality, and we have. And the experts have weighed in on it, and their opinion is it's not insurmountable and it's quite similar to what's already done. This is just a picture of other lower Arapahoe wells that are used for irrigation in the area. So you know that this isn't an unusual thing. This yellow triangle is the golf course and all these red dots are some other lower Arapahoe irrigation wells in the vicinity. Okay, option 2 is the non-potable water line through the water district. There is a non-potable irrigation line near the golf course at 112 that you could tap into and use that as your drought protection water supply. From our initial discussions with the water district, the line isn't sized for the golf course's full annual demand, but it might be able to accommodate this periodic late season drought supply. And that's fine because that's all we were looking for anyways. And we'd have to go through a hydraulic capacity analysis with their engineers and an application process. Of course, it would require their approval. So pros of this option, it could be a reliable renewable water source provided by the city's existing water provider. City staff has a positive working relationship with South Adams staff, as do I. Cons are the city doesn't control the source and would have to rely on the water district to some extent. It's fairly expensive, as you'll see momentarily, and you'd have to pay the full connection fees for the maximum capacity you would ever need, even if you only use that capacity in some years and not even to the full extent. So let's look at a cost comparison. There are some really important assumptions that are underlying this cost comparison I want to lay out up front. I made an assumption of 20 years of use out of a 50-year time period, and that is conservative. So that's assuming 4 years of use out of every 10 years. And as you'll recall, the engineers concluded that a 1 to 2 year use out of every 10 years is appropriate. But I just wanted to be as conservative as possible. So both of these options are conservative in that regard. We'll be looking at what 20 years of use would cost. This is all based in today's dollars. We all know that costs will increase. We're certainly seeing a lot of that now, and new ones may or likely will arise in the future. I wanted you to be aware too that the water quality treatment costs are based on the analysis from the engineers and the water quality contractor, and they're based on the current treatment efforts and using that annual budget and basically applying it forward to this amount of water. And finally, an important caveat, this is based on today's legal and regulatory regime. Things may change in the future. So the Lower Arapahoe well, the initial construction cost just to construct it would be approximately $515,000. And importantly, that's increased about 27% since September 2021. We're all seeing the supply chain issues, inflation. These well drillers are very busy with big backlogs of work. So these costs are going up quickly. A 50-year life cost would be about 1.1 to 1.5 million for this well. In contrast, the South Adams line, and this is based on information just received in the last week. I had some initial estimates from their prior general manager and basically circled back with them and got some updates. And the connection fee would be about $700,000. That's a one-time upfront cost. But the city would also have to dedicate 86 of your ERUs. Those are those water credits that the city has in its portfolio. If you dedicate 86 of them, you don't get them back. You can't use them for some other use or to support other economic development that you might want to in the future. So you would also essentially pay 86 ERUs. And then you also have to remember that you have to pay for the actual water, the water deliveries. So the annual cost for 40 acre feet of irrigation water, non-potable water, is about $87,000 in today's dollars. And over a 50-year life, that cost is approximately $2.43 million. And this is a table summarizing those costs in more detail. We have on the left the well, the Lower Arapahoe well. We have on the right the irrigation line with the water district. Up here we have one-time costs, construction of the well, the permitting process with the state versus the one-time connection fees and the dedication of ERUs. These are annual costs, operation and maintenance, water quality for the well, and then it's applied over 20 years of use. And I included pump replacements for the well. And so that's where we're coming up with this range of 1.1 million to 1.5 million approximately for the new well versus 2.4 million for the non-potable line. I want to answer your questions from the January 3rd meeting. And the first one I understand was, could we use water from 2 Cutler Farms wells and pipe the water down to the golf course? Here are the 2 wells I found in my research in the Cutler Farms area. So I assume these are the 2 wells that were referred to as the Cutler Farms wells. And here's the golf course. That doesn't seem like the most viable option at this time because these are actually owned by the water district and they're part of the municipal water supply. They're tributary, they're junior water rights, and they're augmented and operate pursuant to the district's augmentation plan. And I'm not sure, we'd have to approach the water district if we're interested in that. And I'm not too sure why they would be interested in sharing their municipal water supply wells with the city, particularly when we're exploring tapping into their non-potable line or the city's own independent well source. So that's my answer for you on that. And we can come back to these if you have more information. So question number 2, could we use Don Schloop's well? I feel like I should say I don't know him, and I just researched his wells in the Division of Water Resources well permitting database, just to be responsive to your questions. And there are 6 wells under his name in the state's well permitting database. 2 of those are about 4 miles west of the golf course. Over here, this blue triangle here, these 2 wells. So they're decreed water rights. So in the event that he wanted to convey those to the city and the city wanted to purchase them for some reason, I have no idea if that would be an option, but if it is, we'd have to go to water court and change the decreed place of use. So you'd have to do a change of water rights case for those, which again can be a lengthy, time-consuming, an expensive process, and it requires an engineering expert. There are also they are junior wells, and they're augmented pursuant to a degree augmentation plan. So we'd have to think about that augmentation plan too, and whether it needed to be changed in water court. As you can see on this map, the blue triangle is the decreed place of use right now. So you would have to go to water court to change the decreed place of use, the place where you're allowed to actually use and apply the water, to change it to the golf course. So the other 4 wells under his name in the state's database are Denver Basin wells south of Bar Lake. 1 Arapahoe, 1 Lower Arapahoe, and 2 Laramie Fox Hills. I just wrote no for that one because if the concern here is using Denver Basin or Lower Arapahoe water, then that doesn't resolve any concern, because these are in fact Denver Basin wells over here. And the green squares show the decreed place of use, and you can see the crop circles within them there. And so again, you know, at a minimum, we'd have to negotiate with this gentleman, whether he's interested in doing something with his water rights, probably some well permitting actions, a water court action, and certainly infrastructure and equipment. Okay, question number 3, would the water district offer a reduced non-potable water rate? In our initial discussions with them, they indicated that they're required to charge the city the same connection and user fees as paid by other residents, businesses, and local governments. And that makes sense because the water district likely has rate covenants in its bond documents, and those are legally binding commitments. When an entity like a water district or water and sanitation district goes out for bonds, they commit to imposing certain minimum rates for its users, and that's a legal requirement. In addition, the Special District Act, which governs all special districts, such as water and sanitation districts, it only allows those districts to waive or reduce connection and other fees for affordable housing purposes. And finally, I just think, you know, the practical context of this is a long-term solution that we're hoping could be in place for decades. And it's hard to imagine that a water and sanitation district would be able to make a deal, so to speak, for a reduced rate for one user for decades, particularly in all of the context we talked about earlier about climate change and scarcity. We're almost through the questions. Question 4 here, could the city buy an existing well that is currently augmented by Central Colorado Water Conservancy District? Perhaps, but I don't see this as an immediately viable option, particularly when compared with the first 2 that we talked about in depth. And if this is an option one day, we would have to evaluate the costs of it. So the basic options here, if the city wanted to buy a well that's already augmented by this entity has 2 augmentation plans that are decreed in water court, and various people have their wells augmented under this entity and its sub-districts augmentation plans. Well, I spoke with Central. I've spoken with their staff now a few times. I've also spoken with their attorneys, and there are basically 2 options. You could buy the land in the well, so you would have to find a landowner nearby who is selling their property or about to sell their property, and it has a well on it, and that well is augmented by Central. And they tell me that that's fairly rare that comes up, particularly in this type of context of you're actually just trying to obtain the well and you're not trying to really purchase the property. But if you did succeed in finding one of those, then you would have to go to water court to change the decreed place of irrigation. So, or the decreed place of use if it's a different type of use. So you'd have to go to water court. And of course, there would be some kind of infrastructure needed if you're going to be using infrastructure or hauling, I suppose, hauling water on a regular basis. If you were going to take water from a well on a different property and transport it to the golf course. So Central has told me that they don't have anything like this right now on their radar in their list. So unless you know of something, Central's not aware of one and I'm not either. So the second option is buy an existing contract for an augmented well. So just buying the augmentation contract with Central and not the actual physical well. Well, when you do that, the current well owner who is covered by the contract has to plug and abandon the well. They have to plug it and abandon it and do that under state requirements and file a notice that they plugged and abandoned it and it no longer exists. And then you, as somebody seeking to construct a new well, you would have to go get a new state well permit to do so. You would also have to do 1 or 2 water court cases because you would have to change the water right for the well, as we've talked about, maybe the place of use, maybe the type of use, and you'd have to update the augmentation plan because you'd have to reflect where the new well is in Central's augmentation plan. And note that both of these require central board approval, and again, water court litigation. And as I mentioned, I spoke with Central and their attorneys, and neither of them have any upcoming sales or any transactions like this on their radar, but they did indicate they would keep me in mind and call me if something comes up. And I work with their attorneys regularly, so I am confident they would call me if they were aware of one. And finally, I think it's important to note, Central informed me that they're not adding any new wells to their augmentation plans. Now, they have done so up until fairly recently, but what I was told is the existing wells under the augmentation plans aren't even being fully satisfied now. So they're not going to add new ones. So I don't see this as the best option, but again, if you have a lead on something specific, please let me know. And the final question before our conclusion is, would the city pumping the lower Arapahoe water negatively impact and or take water away from nearby development? And one that was mentioned to me is Columbine Ranches, which I'm told relies on Denver Basin water for indoor domestic use. So the answer for this is that unique system I was explaining about how Denver Basin water is allocated. The city's allocation is based on its overlying land ownership and the amount of water that's determined by the engineers and the state to be underlying that land ownership. And it's also based on a 100-year aquifer life, just like every other user who uses Denver Basin water. It's all based on overlying land ownership acreage, what should be associated with or underneath your land, and a 100-year estimated aquifer life. So in other words, landowners claiming groundwater underlying their separate land shouldn't really impact the others. And I know this is where it gets complicated because you might think, well, a straw over here could, put a straw in over here and it could certainly withdraw water from a neighboring parcel, that the parcels don't actually relate to the aquifers. There aren't condominiums or separate buckets within the aquifers down below. And that is true. But what Applegate engineers found in assessing this option, the lower Arapahoe well, is they determined based on drawdown reports, how drawn down is the lower Arapahoe aquifer in this area and how much water is physically remaining available in it. And they found that it's actually not drawn down far in the vicinity of the golf course in Commerce City. And they estimate that a lower Arapahoe well would have at least a 50-year life. So I'm not seeing this as other areas of the state where the Denver Basin aquifers have been relied on too heavily and are extensively drawn down. And finally, the city foregoing this lower Arapahoe well permit option, it wouldn't make additional water available to other water users. The city is legally entitled to this amount of water, and you would just be vesting and making use of that legal entitlement for yourself. And finally, I've said it a few times, but it's a drought protection or emergency water supply. So the hope is that it would only be used occasionally. It wouldn't be drawn upon constantly. So in conclusion, based on everything we've discussed tonight, the city should pursue an option for longevity and resiliency of the golf course. And diversifying water supplies is always a good way to do that. In case something happens to one of your water supplies, it is certainly helpful to have a backup. It's an emergency or drought protection supply, hopefully like insurance. And some of the great things about the lower Arapahoe well option, the lower cost. It's about $1 million less than the South Adams line, even without factoring in annual water rate increases over time. Water independence or autonomy, the city would own and control this resource. It's an efficient permitting process through the state. It's fairly low cost and quick turnaround, about 4 to 8 weeks. My only caveat here is that's assuming issuance by the state. I have no reason to believe the state wouldn't issue the permit, but you always have to make that disclaimer. It's non-tributary water, and maybe this should have been up higher as a second or first bullet point. It's that rare, valuable, non-tributary water where no replacement or augmentation is required. It's exempt from the priority administration, so would not be impacted by senior calls in times of shortage. So it's more secure, it's less expensive, it's simple to use. And the timing, you could drill the spring, you could get in the well contractor's queue right now, get it drilled and constructed this spring, and have that water available for this late summer or early fall if it becomes necessary. And for what it's worth, I have vetted all of this with Paul Zilas, who I mentioned, who obtained the original augmentation plan for the golf course and represented the city for over 30 years in water rights matters, as well as a very well-known and respected water expert and broker in the state. And they both agreed with this Lower Arapahoe well approach, and they actually said it was a no-brainer. So this matter will come before you on March 7th for action, and I hope this was informative and not too long, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that information and the very concise update on water rights law, which is very complex as well now. One question that I have is, where does the term waters of the United States come into play with all of this?
That's a good question. It doesn't come into play so much in this discussion. It often arises in, so it's actually a term that's kind of in flux. It's been in flux for years and years, probably a decade. There's always a new article about the changes that are coming, but waters of the United States is more about what are regulated stream bodies. And it used to be a navigability test years ago. Is it a navigable waterway? And thus it's subject to requirements like the Clean Water Act, 404 permitting, things like that, discharge permits. So it's not really within the scope of the water rights and the allocation, and it doesn't impact the Denver Basin discussion at all, but it's more with respect to, I'd say, federal regulations like Clean Water Act 404 and discharge permits. And you'll encounter that more often in a water quality context.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councilmember Ford.
Andrea, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very helpful. I've been talking a lot to Jason Rogers about the folks you've talked to. First of all, the wells that I was talking about on the Sloop property were not non-trib in the Denver Basin. They were irrigation wells. One of them is apparently right up against 120th Avenue. I'd have to get more particulars for you on that. But the one person that I think is very important that we hear from is our local farmer, Glenn Murray. And after talking with Glenn, it surprises me that Central says they don't have any sales coming up. Glenn's property is changing drastically on a daily basis, being developed. And he is going to be not needing his Central credits. So he will be selling. And even though it's rare, our local farmer will have some of that Central credits available. And I think we, just from a due diligence standpoint for the expenditures that we're looking at making, I'd like to have that looked into. And I think we could do that prior to March 7th. The Lower Arapahoe may be the way to go. It's just, you know, that a lot of people are using that as their domestic supply, and I would rather use an irrigation supply for just from the means. I know it's our water, it's under our ground, but it is good quality drinking water rather than an irrigation supply. So I'd like to have somebody reach out to Glenn Murray and discuss with him He said he had some really good options for us. That he was a board member for the South Adams Water Sanitation District, as well as a farmer his entire life in our area, understanding irrigation within our area. And, you know, he's one of those professionals in the field of irrigation that I think we should at least have a conversation with. The other thing is, when we're talking about the discussion with Glenn, if it's not viable for the golf course, I know we have a lot of regional park systems that we want to build. And I know right now we have been when there's an opportunity to tap into the non-domestic supply from South Adams, or the irrigation supply, that we would prefer to do that. But if we did, we, the city, had some of our own irrigation water or opportunities that could be more viable for some of these regional parks. I'd like to at least know what we need in terms of irrigation supplies before someone like Glenn sells off all of what he has for irrigation in our area, and we are solely reliant upon the non-potable system from South Adams. So I think just from a due diligence standpoint, I want to make sure that you and Glenn are having a conversation, or that he is given an opportunity to come to a study session and talk to the council about irrigation supplies from his background.
May I answer those questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for that insight and feedback, Councilmember Ford. I appreciate it. And I will certainly speak with Glenn Murray. I will get connected with him. And just one thing that I think is important to point out is, if it is an option, if he is in fact selling and is interested in selling his wells or contracts to the city, we're going to have to evaluate costs and timeline, because again, those will involve well permitting actions with the state. And I believe there might have been, I've heard some confusion about that before. And it does require a well permitting action with the state, because if we buy a contract and Glenn Murray plugs and abandons his well, then we have to drill a new well. And so of course that requires a new well permit from the state. So we'd have to think about, the permitting costs aren't the big ones. It's really the water court costs, and how long do we want to spend in water court before we have this right? And of course we'll have to work with Central too. I don't know if he's been in touch with them, but I have, just in the last couple of weeks. So I'm happy to have that conversation, and we'll do so promptly. And I also wanted to address, you mentioned that the lower Arapahoe water is good quality drinking water, and you're referring to irrigation wells. And I think what you mean is tributary wells. And I just want to clarify something, that we're mixing oranges and apples here, because the lower Arapahoe water has high sodium permeability. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily good drinking water. And the tributary water has high salt. So they both have issues, and they're both treated in similar ways, but they both have water quality issues. And so neither one is, you know, by the very nature of its chemical components or its constituents or nutrients, is better for irrigation or domestic use than the other. It's all about water quality treatment. What's the level of treatment? What's the cost of treatment? And, you know, type of use is a different thing. Is it used for irrigation? Is it used for, you know, domestic in-house consumption? That's governed by your well permit, your water court decree. And then, you know, water quality treatment and how you treat the water is different. So I agree with you. I've heard, you know, at times that the lower Arapahoe, when it comes to Denver Basin wells, it has pretty good water quality. And, you know, we've seen that at the golf course, because you have an existing lower Arapahoe well that serves the clubhouse, but that water is treated. So I guess I would just caution against, you know, conflating water quality characteristics and types of use.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think that's where I was going. I know we're currently using the well at the golf course. We have an augmentation plan. We're using effluents from Westminster to augment. And so I'm looking for the best solution and the best cost for the residents of Commerce City for an irrigation supply. It has nothing to do with anything other than the due diligence to make sure we're getting the irrigation supply that we need at the best cost with the taxpayers' dollars. And so all I'm trying to do is cover all the bases. I don't know, since we already have a well, what is the concern about being able to pump more water out of that well by buying more augmentation, whether it's from Westminster or another source, than drilling a $500,000 deep well. And I know deep wells put out about 80 gallons or less per minute, and irrigation wells can get up over 200. You don't need those volumes because you're putting it into a pond. So prior to my conversation yesterday with Jason, or Friday, I guess it was, I didn't realize you were pumping it into a pond and you didn't have to have the immediate volumes because you're going to have a different pump pumping it through the irrigation system. So volume wasn't an issue. So there were some pieces that were missing, but I still think from the fact that Glenn Murray is our only farmer left in the city, he has a lot of irrigation knowledge and he has knowledge with South Adams Water, that I want to make sure from a resource that we're at least reaching out to that resource in case there's other options that we haven't identified that he may have identified. And based on cost, what's the best benefit to our residents for the cost that they're going to be spending. And if it's the lower Arapahoe and it's the plan that you've identified, fine. I just want to make sure from a due diligence standpoint that we're looking at all options.
Absolutely, sir. And I couldn't agree with you more. That's my objective as well, is to find the best solution at the best cost for the city and its residents. And I absolutely agree with you about reaching out to Glenn Murray too. And I will do that this week. I want to answer, you asked an excellent question that I would love to answer about the existing Lower Arapahoe well that serves the clubhouse. So it's permitted for approximately 3 acre-feet a year. And we did think about that. We wanted to know, is it?
I was talking about the irrigation well, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Not the existing domestic well.
Okay. If anybody's interested, I'd be happy to explain why we can't use the existing Lower Arapahoe well. It has to do with the depth of casing and overlying land ownership, but I won't bore you if it's not of interest. But if anybody wants to know, I'd be happy to explain that.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Water is fascinating and one of my big interests. I've worked on 2 water projects myself, so it's exciting to hear you talk about it. I think about water buffaloes, and I guess those are the people that we all want to interview, how they get in that role, but that's a whole other story. I am a little concerned. I believe that this Lower Arapahoe was brought to us a month or so ago for our consideration, and now we're circling back with a very large presentation, a lot of your time as our attorney, and thank you very much for looking into all of these questions that were not posed at our meeting. So I'm not sure where all of the questions came from. There may have been specific access that someone had that the rest of us didn't. I would also be concerned about, whether we need to be cautious with regards to Mr. Murray, who is a very nice person, and I have been to his property and I know that he has a project planned, but it's also a project that's going to be coming before the city. So, when you're looking at that for land use and planning, I'm not sure. I'm sure the city staff is thinking about this, and it's something that we need to think about too as as city council members while we're having this, this conversation. Nothing comes without a price. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. I just have a quick question and then might have just missed it. So the 40 acre feet suggestion does take into consideration that the city of Westminster could be in a significant drought situation and stop the 380 acre feet or reduce that delivery. Does that 40 take into consideration severe drought conditions, or was that why we originally started at the 60 acre feet?
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst. That's a great question. I hear two questions in there, and one is, so the 40 acre feet, from the lower Arapahoe water would not be impacted by drought because it's in a confined aquifer. It's 200 to 750 feet down below the surface of the earth. And so it's deep, it's confined. It doesn't interact with the stream systems. And so if there's a terrible drought on the South Platte and its various tributaries, it would not impact the yield from that 40 acre feet. Now, other things could, but that wouldn't. And so I think that's one of the beauties of it is it wouldn't be impacted directly by drought, whereas all the surface supplies are. And then your other question was, let's see here. Oh, the Westminster.
Yeah.
That's such a good.
Enough? Is it enough? Is basically the question. Is 40 acre feet, you know, I understand we had to use an additional water source in 2020. That wasn't even, that was a significant drought, but it wasn't an extended significant drought. We had a good rebound in 2021 in the spring. So say that, say we're looking at a more significant where we are trying to ensure that the turf on the golf course is not going to die in a significant drought with high heat. You know, you're doing more watering. So instead of it being October, what if we run out of water in late August, say? Is 40 acre feet get us through those tough situations, which, you know, are cyclical. They're going to happen.
That's such a great question. And, you know, the truth is I don't have a crystal ball and none of us do. And I think that's what's why it's so important right now to at least get some drought protection supply is there's some uncertainty in the future. And we're seeing a year where we run out of water, followed by a year where we have enough. And it's, you know, just by way of another example, a reason that it's good to diversify your water supplies is if there is a severe impact to one of them, whether it's a contamination, whether there are wildfire impacts and ash, if you have another separate, totally separate water supply, that's really great insurance because you're covering your bases by having water from different sources. And so in terms of amount, we hope it's enough. It's certainly better than zero. And you know, that 40 is, you know, let's see. Yeah, it's a, you know, if we had 40 acre feet, it's about a ninth of the 360. So it's helpful for at least a few months of the year. And the other, there's so many uncertainties and assumptions in this, which is why it's difficult, right? We all don't really know exactly how climate change and the drought are going to play out. We don't know how the irrigation system overhaul is going to play out at the golf course. I hope there will be tremendous water savings and, you know, that helps you guys a lot, but we don't know that quite yet. Now, does that mean we should wait 2 years to start shoring up your supplies? I don't think so. I think you should, you know, take action based on what the various experts have opined and move forward to the best of your abilities and at least make some positive steps in the right direction while you can, you know, for the future and for the future of the golf course and the city and the community. But I did want to circle back. Your Westminster question was a really good one because yes, they could, under that agreement, they could reduce supplies if there was a significant enough drought. And so by having another separate source of water, whether it's this lower Arapahoe well or something else, you would again be kind of having another insurance policy. So if they said drought's impacting our supplies so much that we need to reduce your deliveries, well, it's good to have something else in the bank to fill that buffer. And I can't tell you exactly what that buffer will be. It'll probably vary year over year. And we'll just do the best we can with the information we've been given. And if I didn't say this up front, we've been working with the engineers and consultants and the city staff, of course, for over a year on this. So we have been working hard, and that's not to say I'm more than happy to do more due diligence. And I, would be thrilled to follow up on the conversation with Glenn Murray, but I do think at some point you've done extensive research and you just have to take a step in the right direction.
So last question on Westminster. So there's no minimum delivery amount of acre feet, right? So it's not saying you have to at least deliver 200 acre feet. So they can reduce it, and they would probably justify it by water usage in the drought situation, but they can arbitrarily reduce it to any number.
Not arbitrarily, but I do think I don't want, since we're on Zoom and we're not in person and the city attorney can't kick me in person, I'll just say that if we want to get into, the specifics of that agreement, we might want to reserve that for an executive session.
No, I understand. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, the 40 seems like an operational number that was well thought out. I just want to make sure we're not cutting ourselves short. It doesn't mean we kind of buy and commit to anything more than 40, but we've been talking about the entire hour. Water uncertainty is really where that question comes from.
Well, thank you. It's a great question. And I am more than happy to circle back with Applegate engineers. They've been focused on this for the past year or so. So I'm confident I can pose that question to them and they can help come to a solid engineering answer to that pretty quickly.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again very much for your time this evening, ma'am, for your well thought out presentation. Appreciate all the information. We're going to move on to our third presentation, which is Metro District Reform Update. We'll invite Trenton Robinson, Management Analyst, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Let me get my presentation pulled up here. Can I get confirmation that you all can see my screen?
We can, yes, Trenton.
Wonderful, thank you, Dylan. Well, thank you all. Tonight we are here to discuss the Metro District reform process that's been undertaken for a little over a year now, talk about the updates and next steps. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide an overview of the Metro Districts in Commerce City and the Metro District process. We will discuss council's past actions and requests. We'll review the public input process conducted in December 2021 on the Metro District reforms. We'll discuss proposed and enhanced regulations and oversight measures and identify council roles for regulation. And we will also look for some consensus direction and next steps with the intention of bringing an ordinance back to council shortly. So first, I'd like to start with just a brief background on Metro Districts. It's always nice to have a refresher. Special districts are created under Title 32 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. It was created by the Special Districts Act in 1973. Special districts, school districts, fire districts, metro districts are all created to provide a specific service. Special districts are governmental entities and they're subject to similar legal requirements as municipalities. Metro districts are special districts created to finance the cost of developing land. Metro districts are required to provide two services such as infrastructure parks. Metro districts also have the power to incur debt and to levy taxes in their boundaries. And metro districts are quasi-municipal, meaning they operate similar to cities. Metro districts provide financing mechanisms for public infrastructure development. It allows them to gain favorable tax treatment, and it also allows the district to pay for itself by basing their debt amounts on future projected growth in land values. Metro districts fund ongoing operation and maintenance for authorized services if they're outlined by the service plan. These can include landscaping and maintenance, recreation and parks facilities, sanitary, water and sewer, public and private infrastructure like roadways and sidewalks, design review and covenant enforcement, and security services. When metro districts were initially conceived in 1973, they were mainly used to provide water and sanitation services to undeveloped land in the Front Range. At that point, many municipalities did not provide those services. However, when tax reforms passed in the 80s and the 90s, mainly the Gallagher Amendment and the Tabor Amendment, metro districts became a primary tool for developers. Many metro districts began providing road improvements and urban build out on undeveloped land, especially since many municipalities began to provide water and sanitation services. Up until the early 2000s, metro districts were viewed as pretty much a win-win for a lot of municipalities. Districts would finance upfront development for municipalities, and then they would get to profit from the development, while municipalities can then reap the benefit of the growth while avoiding the cost of urban build-out and some service provision in the area. It's also important to note that public sentiment has only recently changed towards metro districts. In 2018, the Denver Post investigation revealed massive tax bills for homeowners and limited oversight in certain metro districts. And municipalities like Commerce City have since moved towards increased oversight and regulation. In Commerce City specifically, metro districts have historically been a tool to enable development, particularly in the Northern Range. Most Northern Range developments are products of metro districts. And much like other Colorado municipalities, the city has historically prioritized development over strict oversight or regulation. This is a true trade-off dichotomy that we do have to consider when going forward. So I'd also like to talk a little bit about how metro districts are created. The first step, interested parties, most often developers, will identify and purchase land on which they'll use to create residential or commercial structures. Those parties will create a draft service plan, a budget, an estimation of costs, and other items, which get packaged into an application. The service plan, as part of that application, is the metro district's founding document, similar to the city's charter. Applicants submit their packaged application and pay a fee to the local municipality like Commerce City, which is then tasked with reviewing and approving the application. It's at this point in the process in which the municipality has the widest latitude to approve or deny the application. Municipalities under the Special Districts Act and Title 32 decide on their own standards by which to review or approve application, most often by creating a model service plan for applicants to follow. If the municipality chooses to approve the application, the applicants then have to petition the county to get on the November ballot. This often creates a deadline for applications to be approved by the city. Voters at that point, for new districts, it's mostly the property owners of the applicants themselves in the district boundaries will then approve the creation of the metro district by vote. Once approved, the metro district can then form their governing body and begin to incur debt and develop the land. If an existing metro district wants to change their service plan, they go through a very similar process by applying and paying fees. The city and the council will review and approve or deny those changes. It will then have to get placed on the ballot and they will vote on proposed changes. Council's role specific in the metro district process comes down to two different things: what council is mandated to do under Title 32 in the Special Districts Act and what they're permitted to do. Under Title 32, councils are mandated to make a decision on service plan applications, either to approve with restrictions or deny. They are also mandated to make a decision on material modifications and amendments to service plans. They are also mandated to fill vacancies on district's boards of directors, and they are mandated to receive reports and due diligence findings from the district. Council's role allows them to also take actions on inclusions, exclusions, and consolidations of districts, request dissolution of an inactive district, and provide oversight and enforcement of a service plan or IGA. The city may be heavily involved before and during the creation of metro districts. Once a metro district has been approved by council, however, the city has little involvement in the functioning of the district. However, this has a large caveat in that if the city has laid out parts of the service plan that require them to remain involved, that will be allowed. This can include regular reporting, oversight mechanisms, or audits of the district by the city. Regulation of metro districts have run into a couple of obstacles elsewhere and in our city. Service plans already approved are set and likely cannot be altered unilaterally by the city. Like I mentioned before, as history has shown, opinions on the regulation of metro districts has shifted dramatically over the last 20 years. The city can renegotiate service plans if amendments are proposed and if a material modification occurs or if some other incentive is provided. However, that amendment must be initiated by the district themselves. Another trade-off to remember is that increased oversight and regulation can increase costs to the city, and compliance could increase costs to the residents. I want to then review previous action and requests by council regarding the metro district regulation process. Council has taken interest in regulating metro districts, and staff has taken council's direction. In April of last year, we had a preliminary study session to review options, and council gave direction to staff. In July 2021, there was an additional study session to provide additional feedback and refine their options. In August of 2021, staff conducted community and stakeholder outreach through the form of town halls. In October of last year, there was a presentation of the proposed changes, and based off of council's direction at that meeting, December 2021, there was a public comment period on the proposed reforms. Future action going forward after tonight's discussion, we envision council taking a vote on the proposed regulations later in Q1 of this year. It will be followed immediately by the implementation of the proposed regulations and oversight measures. We will also have to take separate action on the imposition of an oversight fee. We may have to hire or contract additional staff to perform that oversight, and then we can take additional measures as deemed necessary by the council. I want to stop here and give everyone a chance to ask questions or provide comments on Metro District review or past council action before I continue.
Anybody, Councilmember Noble?
Trent, are we going to see the list of suggested changes?
Thank you for that question, council member. The proposed regulations and the draft model service plan that was put up for public comment have been included in your packet tonight.
Okay, but we're not discussing it as part of this evening. Are we not going to discuss the components or what?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you. We will be discussing that. I wanted to stop right here to discuss just broader question about metro districts before we continue to try to help refine the discussion.
Oh, okay. Then I will point this out is that in January of 2020, both Mayor Huseman and I asked for town halls on metro districts. I also brought forward a motion to start a metro district committee or commission. That, however, was defeated. And more importantly, we got outside counsel legal advice in 2020 as well. So this hasn't been just 1 year. This has been 2 years, over 2 years that we have been looking into this. And I would like to ask Mr. Hayter if he's on still with us.
I am here.
Okay, hello. So Mr. Hayter, we were sent an outside counsel legal report about, oops, I'm not on. video. Oops. We were sent outside council legal report on metro districts and what we needed to do to make our service plan better. I raised that issue at a study session meeting and was shut down because of its confidentiality. And I would like to be able to pursue the information that was contained in that report before we finalize any regulations. Do you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Hayter? Did you see this report that I'm referring to?
I cannot recall that off the top of my head. I'm assuming that your previous city attorney is involved in that, but it sounds like what you really want to do is to have a executive session to discuss the confidential materials. And I'm sure that that's something that we could probably work out.
Okay, that would be excellent. And I do have a copy of it printed out. It's just that it's in another room and I don't have access to it right now, but I can.
And so am I. So I'm sure I can find a copy of that in our files here.
You don't need my help. Okay, you'll find it in your offices somewhere. Okay.
And I will work with the city manager and whoever necessary to talk about what the next steps might be for an executive session, assuming that there is a consensus for that, or at least we have the appropriate request there.
Okay, and okay, well, I can't ask for a vote on that, but I can certainly gather up other forces to request an executive session on this.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. Did I catch this correctly, that municipalities have a right to audit metro districts, or did I hear that wrong? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. Yes, there are certain provisions under the Special Districts Act that allows for auditing. A lot of that comes from the service plan that was approved by the municipality and then also following intergovernmental agreements. So the specific ability to audit metro districts would go to a case-by-case basis.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Wonderful. I appreciate those comments. Seeing none, I would like to proceed and we'll discuss the specific reforms in the public outreach process. So based off of council direction from last October, staff referred the final draft of regulations for public comment. We provided copies of the current and proposed regulations as well as some background information, and we collected feedback via survey online. The process was conducted over the entire month of December. Over that time, we collected 87 responses. 85 were from Metro District residents and 2 were from developers. Based on that survey, the online materials did help improve residents' understanding of the issue of metro districts. 90% of respondents believed that enhanced regulations were necessary, and 77% believed that proposed regulations are the correct direction. Now, that there are 23% that may have disagreed with the proposed regulations, did have the opportunity to provide qualitative feedback in the form of comments. Wonderful. Now let's talk a little bit about those proposed measures that we did get public input about. First major thing is changes to our model service plan. The service plan dictates the terms under which a metro district may operate within the city's boundaries. The city uses an administrative model service plan as a template for all new districts and amendments. And recent cases have included enhancements for increased oversight and transparency, as well as limited authority for metro district. Proposed regulations would in essence create a new chapter of our city code focused specifically on residential metro districts. It would include sections on a policy statement and preferences of the city council, definitions, fees, sanctions, service plan requirements, review procedures and decision criteria, and the governance and transparency standards. This would be implemented through a model service plan formally approved by the council. The first and major section of the new regulations is our policy and preferences. Our preference under these regulations would be the use of districts to provide competitive financing, better infrastructure, and needed services to sections of our community. The plans must meet city criteria and the criteria of the Special District Act. Importantly, we did include disfavor for districts or service plans. So essentially saying that the city would frown upon and disapprove with any service plan or proposal that would provide only basic infrastructure, has the imposition of extra fees other than perhaps a one-time fee. Anything that restricts end user control, so the people buying and living in the metro districts, any applications that restrict their ability to control the district would be looked disfavorably upon. We would also view disfavorably anything with a 35-year longer repayment term. Same goes for any district with a proposal over 50 mils for debt repayment. And we would also look disfavorably upon any district wishing to take out mills or debt for less than $5 million in future assessed value. The last component is that we would look disfavorably upon private developer reimbursements for unfair or unreasonable terms. Under this policy preference, we also included a preference for a regional mill levy up to 5 mills that can be collected for up to 25 years. These mill levies would be remitted to the city to pay for regional improvements outlined in the service plan, such as regional drainage ditches or road improvements. There's also a section on fees and processes. There would be increased application fees and oversight fees that we can establish. There would be a tiered review for new plans and modifications, a conceptual review with a council component that includes an informal ability for council to provide feedback on draft applications. There would be a tiered service plan review with a staff report of expectations, a council hearing, and inclusion of some council example criteria for applications. We would also implement time limits to avoid rushed applications that we have seen in the past. There would also be a process for other applications, so any applications with unusual or bizarre circumstances, we could include additional fees or additional processing time for those applications. There would also be codified sanctions for any district not following their service plan or undertaking material modifications not outlined in the initial service plan. Speaking of those material modifications, these regulations take a broader view of material modifications than the Special Districts Act. Material modifications under our new regulations would be creating materially greater risk or burden to taxpayers with a decision, alteration of a debt issuance schedule, a failure to perform a service or a function as outlined in the service plan, the conversion of taxable property to tax exempt or exclusion of property without a demonstration of no material impact. And then the failure to implement a regional mill levy would also include a material modification. And then the regulations establish a standard for affirmative city response to district actions. Under the new model service plan, we would limit fees payable by end users for debt. We would also require IGAs and reimbursement agreements for increasing budgets past the initial service plan. There would be a limit on extraterritorial service and IGAs not identified in the service plan. And we would limit developer reimbursement to 80% of the actual costs of improvements and $25,000 for organization with no security reimbursement. A major component would be that we would be creating a debt limit at the lesser of either 100% of the projected debt capacity, which is an internal equation that we use, or 100% of the estimated improvement costs. This would include a more detailed financial plan with limits that would be part of the application process. The model service plan would include a 50 mil cap, including debt and operations, with a 10 mil cap on operations specifically. They may be unlimited for debt service in limited circumstances, and there would be no dollarization or adjustment of the debt payment. We would also include a 35-year repayment for residential districts without a resident-controlled board that votes to refund. Finally, there would be requirements for independent controls and limit on debt issuance until regional improvement of a mill levy was authorized and the developer agreed to provide disclosures. New service plan items include a description of the organizer-developer relationship to better understand the relationship between the applicant and the developer. And then we would specifically identify fees, services, public improvements, IGAs, and reimbursement agreements in each service plan application. If any of those occur that are not in the service plan or there's modification, council approval would be required. A major addition to these regulations is a regional mill levy. This would apply for any plans approved after January 1st of this year. The district must obtain voter approval for the mill levy and an IGA with the city for the remittance of that revenue. Like I mentioned before, it would be 5 mills up to 25 years, not included in that 50 mill cap. And it would be imposed and collected at the city's request. The regional improvements that these would go towards would be outlined in the service plan. We would make sure that they have a specific benefit to the taxpayers and that they have no other funding source. There are also some specific authority limits. This gets a bit into the legalese that I am not the best to speak at, but we would restrict application of new powers and authorities granted by future laws. So if state laws were to change that expand developer authority, we would preemptively restrict some of that. If property is sold for a non-taxable use, the district must find that there is no material impact to its ability to meet debt service obligations and that the district would not cooperate in the sale. Land acquisitions by the district from a developer must be based on an independent appraisal. We also require that public improvements be certified by independent professional engineers as to the inventory of the cost. And we prohibit the dissolution if there's any outstanding debt or ongoing operations of maintenance in a district. There are also some major governance and transparency components. It would specify additional annual reporting contents and authorize the city to post the report. There would be a prohibition on including marketing materials or ads for development or developers within the district's boundaries and on their website. District meetings would be required to allow a virtual option. And we would prohibit rules, regulations, and agreements that diminish or remove the ability of end users to be appointed or elected to the board. This would mean that in the past, we have seen some districts take actions that skirt the rules and prevent active homeowners from being appointed or elected to the governing board of the district. This would prohibit any rules, regulations that accomplish just that. In terms of council's outlook going forward, there are a few discussion points I want to lay out for you all before I open it up for discussion. First, I want to know, does council have sufficient information to vote on the regulations as presented? And if not, what additional information do you require to make sure that you can make an informed decision? Does council wish to explore any additional measures? And how does council wish to invest the regulation budgetarily and in staff time? That is my presentation. I would like to now open it up for questions and comments from the city council regarding these regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson, and to everybody on the team, including the legal staff that has come up with this list of proposed regulations. I think it is almost as good as we could expect. The one item that I did not see on there was a prohibition of parent-child metro districts, and I think that is probably a glaring omission that needs to be rectified there. We should not be allowing the situation that we currently have to be instituted in fugitive metro districts. So that would be the only addition. There's some key points in there that I absolutely love. You know, I live in a metro district that part of the land was converted to a school. And so, you know, we're not receiving tax revenue off of that property there. That's impacting all the homeowners having to pay back the bonds that were taken out. There's some key points in there as far as you know, how much debt can come out and everything. And I really just think that when I look at that list, it was very well put together. And I think will go a long way towards making future metro districts, should they be established in our city, more fair for the residents who would end up living in there, short of that parent-child relationship. So thank you for all the work that took place in putting all that together. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. That was very robust compared to our current regulations, and it's exciting to think that we may be including all of these items. I would, however, still like to see something with regards to transparency, and that's something that's part of the outside legal counsel's report. So I don't know how much you want me to say here, but I can tell you that way back in September of 2019, I made a list when someone, actually was someone who worked for the city, challenged me on whether I knew very much about metro districts, when I said that one of my priorities would be to reform metro districts when I came on city council. But I was concerned that we don't have full disclosure of costs that are transferred to homeowners regarding additional infrastructure. We don't have full disclosure regarding infrastructure costs not internal to the metro district. So for example, the residents of Buffalo Run right now are concerned about the widening of 120th, and that it will be included in their metro district bond, that there would have to be a bond taken out. So that would be a cost that no one anticipated. You know, surprises that occur, such as the residents of Buffalo Highlands who lost a park. I do believe that service plans, at least the service plans in Fort Collins, are very specific with regard to, you need to do this, you need to do this, and you need to do this in your projects. So having a park, for example, would be something that could be included in a service plan, and require multiple levels of notifications to from metro districts to homeowners as well. Right now, they put up a little teensy weensy sign at one street, and in a year and a half, I haven't really seen anyone post when the metro district meetings are for Reunion Metro District. So just as we could use some work on that, so could metro districts. And if there's anything that we can do on any of that, would be very helpful. I very much appreciate capping the mill levies. And I just want to make sure, Roger Japp spoke earlier, and he is one of the board members on either North Range 1 or North Range 2 for Reunion. He talked about bond repayment, mill levy cap, that was covered. Oh, and pay on principal. Could we require in the service plan that the metro district pay on the principal? Right now, they're paying only interest and no payments on the principal. And so all of us are looking at these monster balloon payments coming due. I saw the paperwork for District 3, and that balloon payment is around $1.2, $1.3 billion. That's with a B. And I don't know that there's even that many homes in District 3 compared to District 1, where I live, for example, that will make that even make sense eventually. Granted, everybody just takes out another bond and pays it off again, but nevertheless, we need to be sure that we have full transparency and accountability. And given the fact that metro districts cover all of the North Range except for Councilmember Ford's and Councilmember Davis's, no, Councilmember Davis is in a metro district. Councilmember Ford is not in a metro district, I don't believe, but that may be the only area that doesn't have a metro district. I think that it's critically important for the North. We do have business metro districts in the South as well, not residential, but business metro districts. So anything we can do in that arena to be more transparent and also to regulate, to do our job and not let them think that we'll never pay attention to any of this is critically important. Thank you for all your work on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember, and then thank you also for your comments, Mr. Mayor. I have taken note of your recommendations. I do want to speak specifically to the notification requirements that you brought up, Councilmember Noble. In the regulations, there are notification requirements and specifically enhanced notification requirements for any changes to fees and also notifications to potential residents and potential buyers in metro districts to make sure that they're aware of those fees before they purchase.
That would be good. I'm thinking about meetings as well.
Wonderful, thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions regarding this subject? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I have a quick question that's tangential. When I moved into my house, my neighborhood, I was new to Colorado, and my real estate agent gave me a really good breakdown on what that means, what a metro district means, kind of what it replaces, what costs are associated. Is that common practice? And I asked that in a sense of, I know it's not our job, if you will, but I think it should be our job that when you're being trained as a real estate agent in Colorado, you should be educated and tested on your knowledge towards metro districts, because I feel like that was a huge benefit. It actually reassured the house that we wanted, because it wasn't attached to, it was in a better position for me financially. And so I really think it's key. I understand at closing, you have documents that outline that. I'll attest as a first-time home buyer, being fairly young when I bought the house, I read it, but doesn't mean I knew what all of that meant. It doesn't mean that I wasn't so excited I wasn't trying to get through that just to close my house and get my keys either. And so as much as I want to say, put it bold and red ink and all the other things you can do, it doesn't necessarily check all the boxes. And so I think if we're advocating for Title 32 change, I think it's got to come holistically. It's got to come from the industry as well on education to home buyers, because this it's complex, and it's not necessarily a model that's used across the country. And so it is, especially folks moving from somewhere else, it's a whole different way of governing, and it adds layers to your local governance that can be confusing, frustrating, and defeating all at the same time. And so I guess if you don't have an answer to what real estate requirements there are, that's just something that I think needs to be added to this conversation. Besides that, I thought it was a really in-depth, robust effort that you've made. And I do side with the mayor. I think there's a compromise that we have to find on how to, get, if you're going to have one service that's kind of all communities are sharing, how do you fund that? But the parent child relationship that the mayor described does seem to be an issue that wasn't addressed, but we would love to see it addressed on how we can address it moving forward.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Councilmember. And I am not an expert on real estate education requirements, so I would have to get back to you on that.
I mentioned the parent-child relationship. I think there's a way that it can be done. I think the problem is you don't have any homeowners serving on the district or the parent district because there's no homes in that district. And then that's where that problem comes. But if you ran into a situation where the homeowners were allowed to serve on that parent district and be able to make those decisions that are impacting the subordinate districts, then you can make a case for why it would work in the case that you mentioned, council members. But as currently the way it works right now, it is not working, and it is a gross. It just doesn't work. The thing you mentioned as far as, whenever you move in and, if your real estate agent didn't tell you what the Metro District taxes were, there's a huge education piece that we continue to struggle with people who have lived here for years. And those are the ones that the constant thing of, I pay $8,000 in property taxes and what do I have to show for it? $100 of your $8,000 is coming to the city. The rest of it is going to a district of some form or another, be it a GID or a special district or a metro district. That's where your taxes are going. It's not coming to the city. So that education piece behooves the city to better educate potential residents as well as current residents of where these costs come from. But at the same time, look at whenever you purchase a brand new build and you get your notice of disclosure and you see on there your property taxes are going to be $1,000. You think, okay, great, $1,000, I can afford $1,000 property tax because it was based off that vacant land value before the house was built. And then whenever you get that first real assessment that comes out, I mean, most of us are falling out of our chairs with the fact that it comes out. And that's how I ended up where I was, because I got a property tax bill and looked on it and said, why am I spending $1,600 a year to this Buckley Ranch Metro District that I don't even know what it does? And then going and trying to find information on that. And at the time, the requirements weren't there. The only information you could find was on the Special District Association website, and seeing that of 5 board members, 2 of the seats were empty. There just wasn't enough education at the time for people. And I think that has really been a detriment to the people's perception of Commerce City, because they don't understand that there's nobody there to teach them that. And I think that we have to do better of making sure that people are educated before they purchase the house, be it a new build or a used build, and making sure they understand what a metro district is, where those bonds are going, where the payment is going to, and everything that goes. We can regulate all we want to, but if we're not educating people at the same time, then we're really not going to get any better in the situation. So I hope that the education component, and if we end up moving forward with an individual who is overseeing districts in the city, which is something that I've asked for a couple of years now, to get us to that point, then part of that can be that education component to make sure that residents are aware of where their money is going to and why it's not going to, which definitely is not Commerce City. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think I fully agree. I actually went to the mayor's house to get a better understanding of what our metro district was. It's kind of how I got here too. But to go back to the parent-child relationship, I think there's a way as well. I think just as you described it, if you have several child boards or child districts, I think the president of each one of those can sit on the parent board, and they need to represent their home board, and it makes a lot more sense. And now if there's still one seat held by the operating group, so be it, but they will have to have a same singular vote as everybody else in that district. And that to me makes the most sense. It is the most fair way possible. It allows for transparency because that person can bring back that information back to their general board. And before they make any significant vote, just as we do on our outside boards and commissions, you can go to your board, present the facts, get a consensus from your board, and take it back to the parent metro district. So I think if we can find a way to build our regulatory future that way, I think from what I heard, everything else was great. So I guess I would like to say, I personally really like the presentation. I do want to hear bits of the dissenting view as to what maybe we're not hearing, because I don't know the potential side effects of this, but honestly, it seems the most fair to our residents. So I like the direction that we've gone.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And yeah, I definitely agree with that. I would call it master servant as opposed to parent-child, but either way, it's not good and it hasn't worked out well. in the Reunion Metro District area. All resident boards don't have a vote on the master board of directors. And we just funnel money to the Reunion Metro District. That's part of another agreement. So it's a bit frustrating to people. And this, despite the fact that we have an election coming up, District 1 needs 2 people and District 3 can take 5 residents. So I hope that people will also participate. Is there anything that we can do, Mr. Hayter, by including that kind of language that has a trigger at which residents have to be put on the board? Can that be at the beginning? Can it be at a certain point? Is there any rule prohibiting us from doing so?
I don't know at this time. It's definitely something I'll look into for you though.
Okay, great. And also, what if the owners of the original Metro District buy tiny lots that are not contiguous or not within the Metro District, but operate from that location with full control of the Metro District? Is there anything that we can do to prevent that? So that if you're going to be on the original Metro District board, you literally have to own property within the Metro District boundaries.
Again, I'm just not familiar with the origination of these Metro districts and the requirements they have at that time, but it's something that I can get back to you on as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I just want to add one comment here. And a couple of weeks ago, a council member said a word that drew consternation from another council member. And so I chose to classify these types of metro districts as parent-child in an attempt to avoid using that word that may trigger a negative emotion out of some people. So would ask that as we go forward, rather than using the MS relationship, that we actually use the parent-child relationship when describing these metro districts.
Mr. Mayor, I can't understand a single word you're saying. Is anybody else having a hard time hearing you?
Oh man, how about now? Can we hear me now?
That's good.
Okay, great. My internet is a little bit slow. Apologize for that. Was just saying that a couple weeks ago, a council member said a word that drew consternation from another council member, and so whenever I chose to classify that type of metro district as parent-child, I did so purposely to not use that word that can draw some ire from an individual. So would ask that as we go forward, rather than referring to those types of districts using the M&S word, that we actually continue to use that parent-child relationship so that we don't have anybody that may be offended by that.
Wonderful.
You bet.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none.
I would, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I do apologize. I am just looking for some sort of consensus that based off of the conversation tonight, we can bring back in March an ordinance with your new additions redlined in these regulations that we can have a hearing on and vote on for first reading.
Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, please bring it back. Okay, thank you very much. Last up, our final presentation.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
Mayor.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I will be asking for that executive session though, so that will not necessarily have been part of this conversation. I just want to point that out.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Our final presentation of the evening is in regards to light pole banners. I'd like to invite Travis Huntington, Interim Community Relations Manager, to make the presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to chat with you here this evening. I know we are starting to get down to it in terms of time, so I will move through this relatively quickly here this evening, as my part of this conversation has to do with our light pole banners. around the city, which we had purchased initially the first round of them last year anyway. And council had requested a discussion on adding additional sets of banners to the winter versions that were purchased last year in order to celebrate more seasons, holidays, and things of that nature. So staff is expecting to utilize the same pole locations that are currently outfitted with the winter banners, which I am sure you've seen around the city that are hanging right now. We'll talk about those specific locations in just a moment. Based on staff's plan so far, the banners would likely be similar material, and likely we would look at featuring similar design principles to what you see now with those winter versions that are currently up. So if you look at the ones that are currently hanging on light poles around the city, our 2021 purchase was a winter theme with the city logo and the snowflakes. Those were installed in November. This final design was voted upon by the Cultural Council. We had 4 finalists, and they picked the winning design among those 4. The fabric is long-lasting outdoor fabric. It's called marine acrylic, also known as Sunbrella, which is one of the brand names. The fabric is warranted for 3 years, but we have been told by manufacturers that generally speaking, it can last much longer than that. Some of the specs on the banners that are up right now: 24 inches wide by 48 inches tall. We have them up on approximately 445 poles around the city. So we bought 500 of those, of course, to have some to switch out as others wear out or rip or are damaged over time. Total costs you see here for the banner purchase that we made in 2021 for those winter banners. One set of banners and the brackets that have to go on the poles with them, just shy of $50,000, along with the installation cost, which was about $24,000 and change there, for a total of $73,524. That was our banner purchase for the existing ones that you see right now. Up in the city, the locations where those are up are along some of the major roadways, traversing throughout the city: Quebec Parkway, 56th to Highway 2, on Highway 2 from 72nd to 104th, Tower Road from 81st to 104th, and then 104th itself from Sable to Kittredge. So that's the spots where those banners are currently hung, and the intention would be to maintain those locations for future sets of banners. So in terms of some of the budgeting numbers, last year, City Council appropriated $340,000 and change there for the purchase of banners. And that was also including the new illuminated snowflakes, which you see here in these photos. So including the cost of those snowflakes, we expended $124,500 of those dollars, and then we reappropriated the rest into 2022 for this purpose. That came out to about $216,000. There were also additional funds already in the 2022 budget of about $225,000. So our total available funds to expend in 2022 for additional banners, installation, hardware costs comes out to about $441,000 that is currently appropriated for the project. Some of the options we have before us here in terms of buying additional sets of banners. So the preferred sizing options, one option would be for us to go forward with the same size banners that are currently installed, 24 by 48. We could also go longer, keep the 24-inch width, but go to a 6-foot banner rather than 4 for the purpose of greater visibility. That is kind of staff's preference here, which I'll get into recommendations in a moment as well. But that 72-inch height option offers better visibility for these large roadways, but it also doesn't add as many significant wind concerns. I'll mention there is another sizing option, which is 30 inches wide, but staff does have a few concerns regarding it catching too much wind with that additional surface area, especially given some of the locations and some of the winds that we get along those busy roadways. So staff is going to be proposing that we do purchase larger banners for this next round, just given that the existing ones, once they were up, we found that perhaps they weren't quite as large and maybe didn't have the impact as much as we had hoped. So per additional set of banners that we would wish to purchase, again, here is kind of a breakdown of some costs at the current size. Another set of 500 banners for each additional set, about $33,000. If we went with the bigger ones, about $39,000. installation for those, which is being handled by a third-party vendor at this time. They are using lift trucks in order to do that, to put the banners at a size high enough to avoid collisions, lower, more damage, possible vandalism, all those kind of issues if they were hanging a little lower. So if we were to keep with the current size, $25,000 is the estimate we've received from the vendor for that. If we did make the size larger, that would go up to about 33,000 and change, mostly because they have to move some of the brackets, obviously, in order to accomplish that. So a total first year in terms of buying the banners themselves and installation, we're looking at approximately $65,000 to $75,000 for each set. And mostly we wouldn't need to buy additional hardware other than a handful of extras for breakage purposes. We wouldn't need to buy a lot of additional hardware to accomplish this unless we did switch to that wider 30-inch wide banner. Another thing that staff is proposing at this time, so this was something that was initially discussed during the project last year with our first purchase of the banners, but we didn't actually implement it at the time for the purpose of trying to get things rolling along the main roads first and foremost. But staff would be proposing that we also add banners to parking lot poles at city facilities. We have the Civic Center and both recreation centers on that list for right now. Just for your all information purposes, we do not have the golf course currently included in this plan, as they actually do have some of their own banners with the Buffalo Run logo on those, and we would kind of allow them to maybe make their own plan to move forward with individualized branding that was specific to the golf course. So these costs would not be nearly as high. We've only got about 60 light poles at those 3 city facilities because of the closer proximity to the vehicles and pedestrians, of course, and obviously the fact that we're not having big roadways and higher speeds. We would prefer to use those smaller banner sizes for the facilities. So 70 banners to buy a few extra at the 24 by 48 comes out to just shy of $5,000. Brackets and installation, each about $5,000. So we're looking at just about $15,000 in costs for each additional banner set for adding those at the city facilities as well. Some additional considerations here as we make some decisions on how to move forward in terms of how many sets to add and how we want to proceed. Each banner set change out takes approximately 2 weeks to complete with the vendor moving. Again, we have a lot of poles, a lot of busy areas, and having to use the lift truck, all of that. So it does take some time to get these switched out. And that also doesn't include potential delays or some scheduling issues that could occur during some of the busier work periods of the year. These vendors that do this type of work are also doing a lot of outdoor landscaping work. So spring, summer, fall change outs could end up having some delays or some additional challenges with getting that vendor lined up for installation purposes. And then again, the more we change out the banners, the less each banner is being seen and the less time it's actually having to impact. So in terms of not wanting to maybe add too many additional banner sets for the purposes of making sure we're getting the bang for our buck here, so to speak. And then, of course, we'd have to just consider ongoing budget impacts on a yearly basis for installation costs for changeouts of these banners, and then also replacement of materials as banners wear out and brackets break over time and need to be replaced. So just a few things to keep in mind. As we get forward to what staff would be recommending at this time. We already have the winter banners purchased for those major roadways, as you recall. So staff's recommendation for now is to stick with 4 sets of banners to cover the entire year. That way we don't have empty light poles and there's always something up: spring, summer, winter, and fall, of course, for the 4 seasons. Staff also would be recommending that we do go with that larger banner size to get a little more impact in terms of the visibility of those banners along these major roadways, which do have a little bit higher speed limits. So going with the 24 by 72 inch, and then also including the parking lots of our city facilities as well, and adding those banners onto those poles. So that would be the recommendation, and the costs associated with that recommendation are below. So we would buy 4 sets of those taller banners for the major roadways. Of course, 4 sets because we'd be looking to replace the winter version with another set of the larger size there. And then 3 sets of the 24 by 48 banners for the facilities because we could reuse the existing winter version at the facilities. Additional brackets that would be needed to add the facilities and also just to buy some extras, of course, to have on hand. And then estimated installation for 4 changeouts per year. All of that comes out to right around $300,000. That would be just 2022 costs, of course, when we're actually purchasing the banner materials themselves. And of course, on an annual basis, that cost would be much less, as we would just be paying installation and perhaps some replacement, but obviously we wouldn't be buying full sets of banners for successive years. Just some more thoughts here from the staff recommendation anyway. If council does desire to add more than the 4 banner sets proposing, we recommend adding no more than 2, maybe 3 additional themes throughout the course of the year to make sure that those banners are all staying up and that they can at least stay up for a month at a time or so. That way we're not changing them out too often in terms of adding on those additional installation costs. And then just the fact that we do have to have those delayed periods of time between setup from switching out from one banner to the next. So just a few examples here. You can pick a certain month, obviously, patriotic theme for July, obviously, or perhaps November. I actually had meant to put May on this list. Of course, the city's known for the Memorial Day parade. So, some sort of a patriotic theme for May would certainly be a good option as well. We definitely recommend focusing on more broadly inclusive themes. And the reasoning behind that for the city's thinking is just that the more themes you add, the more you have to make sure that you are being inclusive. And so, for example, Hispanic Heritage Month would be a great thing to add, or Black History Month, for example. But I think if you do 1 or 2 of those, then you also need to do Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and Native American Heritage Month. And to make sure that we're being inclusive, we would have to buy a lot of extra sets of banners. And I think maybe at that point, we start to get to a point now where we are doing too many change outs in the course of the year. We're spending a lot of extra money on installation and then obviously the turnaround time to accomplish that. So that's basically the reasoning for staff wanting to stick with, again, more broadly inclusive things to make sure that we're not having to add too many additional sets of banners to get us through, obviously, throughout the course of an entire year. So that's some of the reasoning behind that thought process. So here tonight, again, I know we don't have a ton of time left for this conversation, but we would just like to hear from City Council on how you like to proceed with the purchase of additional banner sets and any particular design principles or selection criteria you'd like staff to follow in those processes. Again, we used guidance from the Cultural Council on design last time around, and that voting process was simple and straightforward, and I think they appreciated the opportunity to be a part of that process as well. So those are just a few thoughts that we'd like to get from council members here this evening.
Thanks very much for the presentation, Travis. And I think the banners look wonderful. I'm glad that we, had the suggestion. I can't remember who it came from, but with someone else on the city council, and it was very festive. It looks great. I do have, though, an opinion about the banners, 2 opinions. One of them is that, yes, larger would be better because you can't see the commerce. You can see the city, but you can't see the commerce. And the second one is we don't really need that many banners, in my opinion. As I drive down Tower Road and drive down 104th, which are my primary streets, and then of course Highway 2 in Quebec, we really could go with every other light post or every 2 light posts. It doesn't need to be every light post, especially if we go to this 72-inch, the 6-foot banner. So you could wind up saving a whole lot of money if you're doing half the number of light posts, and it could make up for any other changes you want to make in terms of getting more. But I don't know if you've driven around and looked at them also, but that's my opinion, is we just really don't need that many light posts draped.
Okay, great. Thank you for that feedback.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Travis. I was wondering if it's possible to, or if it would be more money to have like a variety of different colors for the background. So that you don't see the same one every light pole. So it'd be different color backgrounds. I don't know if that's possible or if it would be more money, or if it's something that you've even considered or looked into.
Sure. Yeah, it is absolutely possible to mix that up a little bit. Part of the reason we decided to go with the same design for all the polls was basically that we are getting a pretty significant volume discount by ordering so many of them at one time. So it would certainly cost more to order smaller quantities with different designs, but it's absolutely possible. It's certainly something we could look into with our vendors about if we were to break that cost up and use different fabrics. I know some of it was availability, as well as, of course, with so many things, the supply chain issues that are happening around the world, that some colors and fabrics are available and others aren't, but it's certainly something we could look into. Absolutely.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think both those comments are good comments. I think Councilwoman Noble makes a good point. If we go to a larger banner, skipping, going to every other may make sense. I also think it's a really good idea to line our Memorial Day parade route with banners. Not that that has to come out of this budget, but possibly the parade budget. I mean, it's small, but it creates continuity of the North and the South as well. It's one city. You see the same thing in both sides. I think that's a huge piece for me. It kind of outlines our city, and it really does kind of bring it together with continuity. And so I like the idea of going bigger for the same reasons that you suggested. I think we can play off this and other opportunities like the Memorial Day parade, and other kind of, maybe you buy 15 for concert in the park, and the park that we're using that week, you can get them installed. I know that would cost a lot of money, but maybe we can find a way we can do a smaller scale with Parks and Rec from an installation standpoint. So yeah, I'm in support of the plan. Maybe we go back and figure out, if we go every other, how that changes this. It sounds like it would change it for the positive and still have the same impact, but and even the different colors, it makes sense, to kind of break up the same color, but see if that plays into the person making or the business making them for us, if they can do that easily.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, we can examine that for sure.
Any other comments, questions? All right. First, I want to thank staff for all the work in getting these banners. I thought they looked really good this winter, and I think that it really helped to really bring about some good decoration to the city. And love the idea of being able to run them year round. I think that's great, and having the 4 different seasons up there. I think both Councilmember Noble, Councilmember Douglas, and Councilmember Hurst all had great ideas on how to make the program better. I really like that. I really especially like the idea of lining the parade route for the Memorial Day parade with some signs there as well, banners. Just think that everything is just a great idea, and I really look forward to seeing new banners put up in order to continue to make the appearance of our city better. So thank you for all that. I like the idea of having themes that kind of dance in there as well, the patriotic theme and everything, but there's nothing to say that we can't run a patriotic theme for summer and just throw that up prior to Memorial Day and run that through until Labor Day, and that's the patriotic one. So I think there's ways that we can be smart in how it is that we use the resources that we have available in order to maximize the decorations that go up. So again, thank you. Appreciate the presentation and the work that staff put into in order to bring this forward, and look forward to seeing the final product.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, we'll work on getting the spring ones ordered right away.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, we will move on to reports. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to give you just a real quick update on a few things. In terms of activity and community development, they're still running at 172 entitlement applications. So that number is pretty well stuck right between 170 and 185. In terms of compliance for code enforcement. They're running at a 94% compliance rate. So again, good outstanding cooperation out of the community. In terms of the emergency rental assistance, the total that's committed as of last week was $1,548,000 and a few odd dollars. So again, the demand continues to be there for continuing that program. And then we have a new environmental planner. Rosemarie Russo started last Monday, and already she's working with Public Works, exploring potential grant opportunities to support electric vehicle charging solutions at various municipal facilities. In terms of Public Works, the engineering staff continues to meet with the CDOT folks regarding the 270 and Vasquez improvements. That project is moving forward in terms of moving towards a final design. They don't anticipate final approval of the finding of no significant impact, the FONSI, until December of this year, but they are moving forward to basically moving forward with right-of-way acquisition. Once all of the layout has been finalized, basically. They do need to submit right-of-way acquisition plans by June of this year. And so that's the reason for moving forward with right-of-way acquisition. So I should amend what I say. I don't want to mislead you into thinking that they're purchasing property already, but they're moving forward with the plans. So clarify that for you. And then the various bridges, I had reported previously that the demolition was complete on those and that they are working on basically replacing components of those bridges. So it's the Potomac, Peoria, and the Brighton Road bridges. And so those are still on schedule, and we anticipate that they will be paved. All the components will be in place and they'll be paved by the end of March. So that's looking really good. Last week I had given you an abbreviated report because I had a printer issue and I ended up grabbing the one from the previous week instead of the current one, but I believe I covered everything pretty well last time. So the only remaining thing really to cover is the schedule, council schedule. So if Mr. City Clerk, if you could bring that up, thank you very much. So 21st, next Monday, there's no meeting, so please do not plan on meeting. And then on the 28th, we have another orientation session at 5:30, and city council meeting will start, the study session will start at 6:30. So again, just wanted to reinforce that for you since that time does change from meeting to meeting. There are a number of presentations, 6 presentations. One is the community development activities and market update. I'm sorry, the commercial development activities and update. That'll be from economic development. And then we have a presentation regarding the 120th Avenue widening intergovernmental agreement terms. Also public safety review, overview. Adams Tower tenant selection process. That's the 5th floor of the former Adams County Social Services building. And then we have the 2021 work plan 4th quarter update, and that will be the 2 deputies reporting on activity. And then we have the potential 2K bond refunding issuance. Had an opportunity to talk to every council member this past week about that on a very preliminary basis. And so we'll be bringing more information to you on the 28th. And then it is scheduled for March 7 action by council. And Because of the timing on the interest rates and what's happening on the interest rates, we anticipate that interest rates will be increasing. So we'll be asking you for an emergency ordinance, which means it would be effective immediately. And we would not have to wait basically another 60 days after the first reading of that ordinance. So hopefully that meets with your approval. And then on March 7, we have a legislative committee, subcommittee meeting. We'll have another Urban Renewal Authority meeting, and that's to deal with the owner's representative, as well as a presentation regarding the Mile High Greyhound public art. And then also 3 resolutions, one dealing with the owner's representative services agreement, another amending the budget, basically adopting a supplemental budget, and also amending the budget regarding the Derby Way entry signage project. Following that meeting, we'll have the City Council regular meeting, and that will have the normal monthly update, followed by a presentation on private activity bonds and the policy that's been developed regarding its allocation. And then also a presentation on the proposed 2022 private activity bond allocations. Also, there will be a public hearing on the Avila Settlers Crossing subdivision, and also regarding the Reunion Filing 38 subdivision. Note on that, whoever is generating all of the public comment, that's really inappropriate. You're being inundated with emails and that type of thing. All of that should be in the public hearing instead of just ad hoc, because you're not allowed to have ex parte communication prior to the public hearing. So if you could pass that on to your associates, that would be wonderful. Ordinance on first reading, that would be the 120th Avenue widening intergovernmental agreement. Also, an ordinance amending the budget regarding the well or purchase of water. So right now it's plugged in at 515,000 for the well for the golf course irrigation. But pending what happens with these additional discussions that will occur, that will be changed if necessary. Then we also have an ordinance updating city ordinances regarding the definition of peace officer roles, and that would be to include the new city park rangers who are being recruited right now. And then we have ordinance amending the budget to recognize open space grants, and that's because of the $1.5 million grant for the Buffalo Run Golf Course irrigation system replacement. We also have an ordinance on second reading, which would be to amend and extend the consolidated agreement. However, given the action tonight, that actually would be a first reading if council decided to move forward. So that would be an amendment to this schedule that's laid out here right now.
Mr. Tinklenberg?
Yes, sir.
I apologize to cut you off. Unfortunately, under ordinance, we have to end this meeting.
Okay.
Right, so and it's because it's a study session, we can't take a vote to extend it. So study session has reached the